Welcome to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. Today is Monday, January 26th, and we will start with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mayer,
Here.
Councilmember Nomura,
Here.
Vice Mayor Solorzano,
Here.
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
and Mayor Alarcon.
Here. And if you are able and willing, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll now move on to any agenda modifications.
I have a request. I would like to request that we add to the agenda that the City of Carpinteria make a formal statement standing with the City of Minneapolis and the communities impacted by recent federal immigration enforcement activities, and to observe a moment of silence in memory of Renee Good and Alex Preti. This would allow for our city to publicly express solidarity with our fellow communities and affirm the city's commitment to community safety, civil liberties, as well as to acknowledge the tragic loss of life that has been happening during these recent federal ICE operations.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Mayer.
And Mayor Alarcon, through
Yes.
the mayor, we just have to make some specific findings to add something onto the agenda after the agenda has been posted. So if I can do that, I'd appreciate that. So there is a process to do this. It does require 2/3 vote of the council to add an agenda item after the 72 hours has passed. We've satisfied that requirement. The second requirement is that we have to show that there's an urgency or a subsequent need to place this on the agenda, and to make that finding, you have to show that the need for this item came up after the agenda was posted. And here, based on what Councilmember Mayer has requested, the ICE raid in question, where there was a U.S. citizen who was killed, occurred on Saturday, and so that was after our agenda was posted. So I think we can satisfy that finding as well. Thank you.
In terms of having the moment of silence, should we have it now, or should we, what would be your recommendation?
Mayor Alarcon, council members, now works. It's really up to you and Councilmember Mayer, who requested the item, where that go in the agenda. It probably does make sense at the beginning of a meeting because we have a lot of proclamations, et cetera. So it could be, but it could go anywhere. And we'll just remember to want to allow public comment too before we introduce.
Okay.
So we'll introduce the item, have some public comment,
Okay.
and then.
I'm comfortable with starting our meeting with that moment of silence. Okay, so we'll introduce the agenda item, as council member mentioned in her statement, and I will open up any public comment period. I do not have any speaker slips and would invite anyone in the audience to have any comments or share any comments if you'd like. Seeing none. Oh, yes. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, everybody. We have just been feeling this really heavy in our hearts, and so we just are thankful for you for bringing that up. I think we're expected to go about our lives as, just any other day, and we certainly were feeling the heaviness of it, and we appreciate it being acknowledged. Thank you.
Hello, Council and Member. I'm Jessica Ramirez, and I just wanted to thank you, Councilmember Mayer, for bringing this to the agenda as well. We have a few comments we want to make later, and they are around this current thing that's happening right now. And so it feels very nice that our council is able to really, have a moment of silence and focus on the travesties that are happening in our community. So thank you.
Seeing no other public comments or speakers in the room, do we have anyone on Zoom? Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands for this item.
I will go ahead and close public comment, and I'll ask Councilmember Mayer if you'd like to kick us off the moment of silence. I think that's fitting.
Thank you. So to stand in solidarity with another community as we have also experienced, this deep impact of the ICE operations, but truly to recognize the tragic loss of life that is occurring during these raids. We would please take a moment of silence.
Thank you all. Thank you to the council for having participated in this and for the rest of those in the chamber meeting rooms. Just as Teresa mentioned, I think this is a very heavy topic for so many of us in the nation. So thank you. We will now move on with the agenda with introductions, proclamations, and presentations. And we will provide a proclamation proclaiming February 2026 as Black History Month in the city of Carpinteria. I would like to first open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to adopt the proclamation proclaiming February 2026 as Black History Month in the city of Carpinteria.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And we will begin reading the proclamation, beginning with Councilmember Mayer.
Whereas Black History Month is an annual observance in February dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the invaluable contributions and achievements of African Americans throughout the history of the United States, and
Whereas the national theme for Black History Month 2026 is A Century of Black History Commemorations, marking the 100th year of national efforts to recognize Black history and culture, focusing on how these commemorations have shaped identity, fostered pride, advanced equality, and transformed the status of Black people in America and the world. And
Whereas 2026 marks a century of national commemorations of Black history, dating back to the early efforts of Carter G. Woodson and others who institutionalized the teaching, study, dissemination, and commemoration of Black history through the founding of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History in 1915, and
Whereas as part of the global African diaspora, people of African descent in the United States have viewed their role in history as critical to their own development and that of the world, and observed the milestones in their struggle to gain their freedom and equality, and
Whereas when Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week in 1926, he sought to turn the commemoration into a far-reaching, organized, and sustained effort to transform how blacks were viewed themselves and how the world viewed them. And
whereas in 1976, President Gerald Ford became the first president to issue a message recognizing Black History Month. And in 1986, Congress passed Public Law 99-244 designating February as Black History Month, and
whereas these efforts have made February the month when Black history finds its way into not only schools, but also into cultural heritage sites, public squares, workplaces, houses of worship, and homes across the land and across the oceans.
now therefore, the City Council of the City of Carpinteria does hereby recognize and honor Black History Month 2026, embracing the theme, A Century of Black History Commemorations, and honors the founders of Black History Month, and urges all to explore the impact and meaning of Black history and life commemorations in transforming the status of Black peoples in the modern world. And with that, I'd love to invite up Diane Travis-Teague to share a few words, and then we will provide you with the proclamation.
Thank you. Mayor Alarcon, members of the City Council, community members, friends, and neighbors. On behalf of the Black History Celebration Committee, thank you for this meaningful proclamation and for your continued commitment to honoring Black history, not just as history, but as living, evolving contributions to our shared communities. This year's national theme, A Century of Black History Commemorations, reminds us that remembrance is an act of care. For generations, communities have gathered to ensure Black stories, leadership, creativity, and resilience are seen, valued, and carried forward. We are deeply grateful to Carpinteria for standing with us in that commitment, recognizing that when we honor Black history, we strengthen our collective understanding, empathy, and sense of belonging. Thank you for this recognition, for your partnership, and for your help in cultivating a community where history is acknowledged with respect, purpose, and hope. Thank you.
We invite you to take a photo with us in front.
Excuse me, do you have anything scheduled for events for this week for Carpinteria?
Thank you, Councilman. He was asking about the schedule of Black History events. They will be published in the Santa Barbara Independent, and there will also be broadcast on KEYT. So please feel free to join us. Thank you.
We will now move on to the second item on our agenda, which is a mayoral recognition awarded to our very own city clerk, Brian C. Barrett, for achieving the Master Municipal Clerk designation. I would like to first open up the floor to any public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone in the audience? Seeing none, do we have anyone via Zoom?
We have no raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and officially close public comment, and I will ask for a motion.
I move to adopt the mayoral, what?
I don't know that we need to, actually. Do we need a motion for a mayoral recognition?
Mayor Alarcon, Council, excuse me, Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor. We don't necessarily need one, but it doesn't hurt either. So,
Well, let's
Either
do
way.
it. Let's
Let's
do the
do it.
most.
Yes. All right.
We're very grateful to have you.
So I move to adopt this mayoral recognition to City Clerk Brian C. Barrett for achieving the Master Municipal Clerk designation.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to read what is on the certificate. So it says, the City of Carpinteria commends and congratulates City Clerk Brian C. Barrett on achieving the Master Municipal Clerk designation, the highest professional honor awarded by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. This accomplishment reflects exceptional dedication to public service, professional excellence, and a steadfast commitment to the principles of effective and ethical municipal government. The City of Carpinteria is grateful for your leadership and service to our community. Thank you, Brian.
Can I make a few
Absolutely.
comments? I just want to make sure that the audience understands that a lot of the work that Brian does as city clerk is invisible to a lot of people, but it also is fundamental to the city running as well as it does. I've been honored to know Brian since before I was on council, and so I've been able to see him in action in a lot of different ways that serve the city just so well. So we're so proud of your dedication to your own professional development, to making sure that you're the absolute best city clerk that this city could have. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members. I'm very appreciative of the recognition, and I'm very honored. And this is just one step in the whole process. This isn't the end all. There's still so much to learn in the city clerk profession. and I look forward to continuing in it with the City of Carpinteria. Thank you very much.
And we'd love if you'd take a photo with us as well. We will now move on to our third agenda item, which is a presentation by a representative of Chevron USA, Inc. about the Carpinteria oil and gas facility decommissioning.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to address City Council. My name is Mark Corte Nahabedian, and I'm a Public Affairs Advisor at Chevron. We wanted to take time to acknowledge that we've reached an important milestone for the decommissioning of the Carpinteria oil and gas processing facility. We now have the regulatory approvals in hand for the demolition permit that's required to start the first phase of work for this important project, and work is set to begin tomorrow morning. These initial work activities are going to include the removal of select trees in the southeast corner of the property and will endure for about the next month or so, followed by the demolition of the surface facilities, including tanks and vessels thereafter. All of our neighbor notifications have been provided, and FAQs have been developed in partnership with the city's PIO to be uploaded to the city's webpage to help address community questions about the project. We place the highest priority on the health and safety of our workforce and the protection of the environment and the communities in which we operate. This morning, just on the other side of the fence here, we held our safety and awareness training for our personnel who will be involved in this first phase of work, including our staff, contractors, and we had representatives from the City of Carpinteria, all in attendance. All of the plans, mitigation measures, and safeguards associated with this phase of work are approved and ready to be implemented. This collaborative effort, in process for more than 5 years, has been instrumental in ensuring that the proposed project is implemented in a manner that minimizes and appropriately mitigates potential environmental impacts. We appreciate the time, the expertise, and perspective that each interested party has contributed to this significant endeavor. And we are grateful for the efforts to strengthen the project, develop effective mitigations, and respond to feedback to ensure the work is done responsibly. I want to acknowledge in particular the efforts of the city as the lead agency in the CEQA process and the diligence and care of your staff in making this project a reality. Many people have been instrumental in reaching this milestone, and I'd like to recognize a few of them. Nick Bobroff, Jeanette Gant, Cody Sargent, Brian Barrett, everything coming up Brian tonight, Shay Darrington, John Alasson, Ryan Kintz, Michael Ramirez, Julisa Briones, Luis Perez, Randy Gillespie, and their teams for the years of dedication, review, and partnership to ensure the quality of this project. We're proud to have reached this important milestone together and are here available tonight to answer your questions or community questions that anyone might have related to the start of work and as the project progresses to decommission and remediate this long-standing site. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up for any questions from the council. No questions. Okay,
Thank you.
I will go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. I'm going to give anyone in the audience a moment. Okay, seeing none, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and officially close public comment. And I will bring it back to the council for any final questions or comments and a motion, please.
I move to receive and file the presentation on the California oil and gas facility decommissioning.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We will now move on to public information, reports, and announcements. Do we have a representative from our first district supervisor's office? Seeing no one in the audience, I'll look to staff. Do we have any update in terms of whether or not they'll be attending today?
Yeah, Mayor, I hadn't heard otherwise, and so if we could perhaps postpone this in case they're running late, and I will do my best to find out here in the next few minutes whether that's what's happening.
Thank you. Just making sure with the rest of the council. Okay, we'll go ahead and postpone this agenda item. And we will move on to the city manager's report.
And Mayor, I did just look down and see a text message that Daisy should be arriving any second. It also sounds like she's listening because she said, go ahead and do your city manager report first.
Excellent.
So, first, I'll just say that I want to appreciate the council for recognizing Brian this evening. We are very much a team, and while not necessarily in a sense of being competitive to outdo one another, we do like awards and certificates, mainly because they help inspire others to work hard and strive for bigger and better things. And so, thank you, and thank you to Brian for all the work that he put in there. As is been custom, I'll be joined by a few different people in helping me provide different parts of this report. For those listening in at home, just want to let you know that we don't always cover everything in the city manager's report, so I encourage people to read that, and there's also helpful links in there. And then, of course, for the council, if there's any item of particular interest, happy to agendize that for a future meeting and bring that back. And so with that, I'll start off by introducing Assistant City Manager Ryan Kentz to give some city employee updates.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Council, Mayor, just a brief update on some current recruitments. We continue to move forward on several part-time positions to support parks, recreation, and aquatics operations. For the aquatic instructor, coach 1, 2, and 3 positions, candidates have been selected and are currently pending some background screening. We also have the lifeguard program coordinator 1, 2, and 3 recruitment that remains open at this time. The deadline to apply for that position is February 4th, so we encourage those interested to continue to apply. New employees, I want to note a recent hire. David Rousseau joined the city as a Parks and Facilities attendant. He's part-time, and he began work on January 26, 2026. We're really glad to have him on board, already providing a great impact to the city. And then I wanted to just provide a quick update on employee leadership and development. As Michael mentioned, we have a great staff here who's always seeking professional development. Assistant Engineer Josefina Arichiga recently completed the Resident Engineers Academy. This is a 16-module training program provided by the California Local Technical Assistance Program. The academy focuses on real-world project delivery and construction contract management, including pre-construction planning, scope development, legal requirements, payments, environmental compliance, and labor standards. Completion of this program definitely strengthens Josefina's technical capacity and supports the city's ability to effectively manage state and federally funded construction projects. So congratulations to Josefina for achieving this. And that's it for me.
If there are no questions, I will bring up our Community Development Director, Nick Bobroff, to give us some updates on development applications.
Good evening, Mayor Alarcon, council members. I've got a handful of updates here in this week's City Manager's Report that I wanted to share with you. Right off the top of the list here was just to remind everybody that the draft Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the Surfliner Inn project has been released for a 45-day comment period. So that 45-day comment period started last week on January 22nd, and it will run through March 9th. We'll also be holding a meeting with the city's Environmental Review Committee, which will provide an overview of the project and an opportunity for the public to ask questions and provide feedback on the draft EIR. That meeting's scheduled for February 18th at 5:30 p.m. here in the council chambers. And the draft EIR and all of the attachments and supporting documents are up on our city website where anybody can view them, download them, print them if they want to. We also have paper copies that folks can look at but not take home here at Carpinteria City Hall and at the Carpinteria Library. And if folks have questions, they can email our principal planner, Mindy Fogg, at mindyf, as in Frank, at carpinteriaca.gov. We've also recently seen a number of permits and business license applications for some new businesses that'll be coming online here in the near future in the downtown, and I want to highlight just a couple of those. So building permits have been issued or are ready to issue for both the Palms renovation, including the half of the former Oaxaca Fresh space, which will be a new kind of cafe deli associated with the Palms, and then also Arnie's Rooftop Bar, which is the second floor space overlooking Linden Avenue at the new Linden Square development. So construction will be underway at both of those soon, if not already. And Arnie's will be coming before the City Council at an upcoming meeting to request approval of their ABC license for the bar use. We've also been in early communications with the new tenant for the former Carp Kitchen space at 4945 Carpinteria Avenue. It'll be called Coyote's Little Market, and it'll be a meat and seafood market along with local dry goods and kitchen essentials. So they're going through the business licensing process with us currently, and they hope to be open later this spring. And then finally, at the former Giovanni's space there at the corner of Linden and Carpinteria Avenue, we've been working with the new tenant there, which will be Ojai Roti Do. They're working on a cleanup of the property, and they've got building permits that are in plan check right now, and I expect they're targeting an opening date later this spring as well. I know we've already heard from Mark with Chevron, so I don't need to remind you that work will be starting there this week. But I do want to make quick mention of items coming up on a couple of our other public hearing agendas. So later this week on Thursday, here in the council chambers at 5:30 p.m., the Architecture Review Board will be completing a final review of the Burgess Burke Residence Remodel and Addition Project at 748 Maple Avenue. Also looking at the Cypress Apartments renovation, which is at 4956 5th Street for final review. And they'll be doing a preliminary review of the Surf Cottages 3-unit condominium project at 4716 7th Street. That project was formerly known as the GoBuddy condominium project under a previous owner, and it's now been purchased and given a refresh, and so it's coming back through the process again. That ARB meeting, again, will be at 5:30 here in the council chamber. Agenda and staff reports are up on the city website already. And then next Monday, a week from tonight, the Planning Commission will be holding their first meeting of the new year, and they'll be taking a look at a new proposed single-family residence for 333 Linden Avenue, as well as a proposed wireless communications facility at 912 Linden Avenue. And the agenda and staff reports will be up for that item later this week. And that concludes my items, unless you have any questions.
I just have one question, and it might just be because I'm new and I don't know the answer, but who is on the city's Environmental Review Committee?
Through the mayor, council member mayor, the ERC is made up of the community development director, the public works director, the public works environmental programs manager, blanking on our city biologist, and we have one member of the public at large, which currently is Jenny Slaughter.
Thank you.
Can you actually expand on a little bit of what the public could expect for that meeting?
Sure. You're talking about at the ERC meeting? Mm-hmm. So at the ERC meeting, the environmental consultant team will provide an overview of what the EIR looks at. So they'll provide a project description, summary of the proposed or the anticipated impacts and any proposed mitigation measures, as well as some discussion of the alternatives that were considered. From there, the public will have an opportunity to ask questions or make comments on the EIR. So it's an opportunity both for folks to learn more about the project, to help inform maybe their ongoing research into the project, and give them some additional resources to find out more about the project without having to read the entire 400 pages themselves if they want to. And it's also an opportunity for folks to give verbal verbal comments on the adequacy of the EIR. So we take those just the same as we would a written letter. We make notes of them, record them, and then respond to them in the future revisions to the EIR. And then lastly, the ERC members themselves have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions or provide any input or suggestions on any revisions or refinements to the document. So it's mostly an informational meeting. It's not meant to be a meeting where there's any kind of approval or denial. They're an advisory board in this case to the Planning Commission, much like the Architecture Review Board is. So they're going to provide comments and feedback, and that's carried on to the Planning Commission, who will ultimately be responsible for deciding whether or not to accept the EIR.
Thank you. That was really helpful. Are there any other questions on behalf of council? No. Thank you.
Mayor, just wanted to talk about the Prop 218 assessment ballots that went out. Those were mailed out on January the 9th, and property owners have begun receiving those ballots already. I was just informed that we've received a little over 1,000 ballots already for the Landscape Maintenance District and approximately 100 for the Winter Berm District. Or property owners may return those ballots by mail at any time, and to be counted, the ballots have to be received by the city clerk no later than the close of the public hearing to be held here on March 9th. And staff continues to assist property owners with questions related to the assessment districts, the ballot procedures, applicable timelines, and so forth. So people can go to carpinteriaca.gov/assessment districts, or they can email staff directly at assessmentdistricts@carpinteriaca.gov. And I can assure folks that that doesn't go to some generic inbox. It actually goes to this gentleman right here, Assistant City Manager Ryan Kintz, and also Jaleesa Briones, and they're able to help people in both English and Spanish. And while I can't really comment on the type of responses we've been receiving, I can say that overwhelmingly people have felt better about whatever decision they were going to make after talking to staff when they've had questions. So I really encourage people to do that and to make sure you vote. They're all prepaid postage envelope, and encourage people to return those. Also, before I actually hand it off to Brian to talk about a new management system that we have, I'll just touch base on a few things: Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. So there's an Aloha Friday Luau for Age Well. It's an annual dance, and it will be held on Friday, February 13th at 5:30 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Hall. It's a free community event with food, tropical music, dancing, and great company. RSVP is requested, and the number to do that is 805-881-1279. Again, 805-881-1279, or by emailing agewell@carpinteriaca.gov. So hope to see folks out for that. And then the lecture series, they're going to be doing another one. I believe they've done this one before, and it was well-attended, an advanced care directive workshop in collaboration with Hospice of Santa Barbara. So AgeWell will host a two-part advanced care directive workshop on February 5th and the 12th from 1 to 2:30 p.m. at the Veterans Hall meeting room, and it'll guide participants through planning ahead by outlining medical wishes and designating a healthcare representative in the event they're unable to communicate for themselves. So happy to answer questions on the assessment or any of the recreation items, and if not, I have Brian left to make a few comments. Great.
Just one question about the assessment districts. So the March 9th hearing, that's the deadline for people to send them in.
Correct.
Are there going to be reminders from the city just so that people, who might not have turned it in yet will be continuously encouraged to do so?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Solorzano, thank you for that question. I was actually having a chance to talk with our city attorney just beforehand, and of course, for people who don't know, the process is very strict and requires the city to maintain a strictly educational stance without being any way or advocacy one way or another. So she promised to have a conversation with me after about the most appropriate way to continue to inform people after. So we look forward to, I'll report back to you all at the next meeting. And if there's...
Any other questions?
I will turn it over to, we'll end with our master to talk a little bit about our new agenda management system.
Thank you, Michael. I'm pleased to announce that our new agenda management system, Civic Plus, has gone live now on our city website. So if you'd like to look at the screen, I'll go ahead and kind of walk you through what city council meetings and other planning commission, et cetera, will be posted and what it will look like. So starting here on our agenda page. So right now you still see, we've got a note here explaining the whole transition process. We still have the regular, this is our old agenda management system, Granicus. So right now, the Architectural Review Board meeting of this Thursday will be the last public meeting through the Granicus portal. It'll be streamed and posted through Granicus. And then beginning next Monday, the February 2nd Planning Commission will be in the new system, Civic Plus. So if you scroll down below Granicus on the agenda page, this is the new Civic Plus agenda management system. So the nice thing with this is you can select meetings by date range. You can hone in by, like you just want to see city council or one of the other boards and committees, just focus on that. You can also, it has a very robust search engine. So not only will it search through the agendas, but all the meeting materials as well for any particular keywords you're looking for. So as I noted, the February 2nd Planning Commission next Monday will be the very first one that will be streamed and posted through this system. I posted the January 12th council meeting just so everybody could kind of see what the actual agenda would look like. This is just, again, just a sample right now. Let's see. Okay, so here you've got kind of the bones of the agenda, the sections. And then down here, you've got item 1, the proclamation. You can click on the link. It'll open up the agenda packet right to that proclamation. The internet's unfortunately just a little slow right now. And there's the proclamation. And then the nice thing is all the items in the agenda packet are bookmarked. So you can just go and click on any one of the items and go right to it. So right now you're looking at the meeting overview. You could also go to the meeting media. Right now, of course, there's no video tied to this meeting, but this is where you'd go to click to actually watch the live meeting or the recorded meeting after the fact. And then the next one is the meeting files tab. Again, pardon the lag. Oh.
Yeah, one more down.
Sorry. All right, and then again, you're back to this page with the bookmarks for each item and the whole agenda packet here. And then, I don't see it here, but there is also, oh no, here it is, the submit comment. So this is, again, similar to our e-comment feature into the previous agenda management system where you could submit an e-comment directly for that item. Right now, this is just set per agenda, so you'd have to just notify what item number you're speaking on. And that's pretty much it. So that's kind of the new layout of the new agenda management system for everybody. Are there any questions?
Doesn't look like we have any questions. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes my report.
So I will go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. I do have speaker slips. They're on their way. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to call up Tristine. Welcome.
So I now have my answer. I was wondering whether the amendment that appears in small print was the same as builder's remedy in the conditional certification of the coastal approval of rezoning the Baylord and Van Garten. And just so you know, because I was shocked to see this, but I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, it says that the developer now has something called use by right. And that means, this says in this little amendment that was in small print, that the county's review shall not require a conditional use permit, development plan, environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, or other discretionary review or approval pursuant to government code section, and then it gives the sections. So we have lost, and this is now baked in to the approvals for these rezonings. It will now create precedent for them going forward. It seems that we really have, we are going to have very little approval over what they build. And those of us who live at Baylord who are very worried about the impact on our parking and our escape routes in the case of an emergency, we feel in despair, really. So just, heads up, this is where things are. And if the supervisors approve it tomorrow, which they will, it's just going to be a rubber stamp, then this is what we live with. And there will be more rezoning, and this will now be the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Carl Sonkin, welcome.
Yes, I'm a neighbor of Tristine's, and I've spoken out before about the Baylord project as now approved by the Coastal Commission. I'm just hoping that the City Council can go to their private telephones tonight, maybe call some of their friends on the Board of Supervisors and see what you can do about trying to protect us, because this Baylord development looks now like it is baked in. So I'm just hoping that the council can work with us or work in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'd like to bring it back to, I don't see any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we do have one raised hand.
Great.
We have Betty Jepson. Betty, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I urge you to do what you can to oppose this development. There is a very bad precedent by bundling the Baylord property with the Van Wingerden properties, because they are not contiguous, they are not the same. Van Wingerden was in Sacramento speaking in favor of having his two parcels developed. Baylord is completely opposed, including by yourselves, the city of Carpinteria. You did a wonderful job. You have fantastic material on your website against the development. It is a death trap trying to have this property with 173 units behind Casitas Village, which already is 280 units representing 1,400 residents, and the Villa Del Mar on the other side, trying all to get out on Baylord. In Sacramento, the developer for Red Tail said that he had 3 escape units. I have only seen 1. I'm speaking tonight for myself, but I was the president of Casitas Village when I wrote a letter on March 7th of 2024, and the developer got in my face and said, if Casitas Village doesn't give us your back alley for our second escape route, which the city of Carpinteria requires, we're going to take it by eminent domain, using a housing authority to do so. And that is what I think if they have one, their second exit route is. That alley belongs to Casitas Village. It's private property. Casitas Village pays taxes on it, and it is the only way for everyone on Birch Street to leave. It is where their garages back out onto. And finally, we're already, Casitas Village and Villa Del Mar, providing housing for workers. And most people have cars. They have a very difficult time parking as it is. The Casitas Village is constantly having hearings on fines for people who park in the fire lanes. It is extremely dangerous. It is not just a matter of providing housing, but it's also a matter of what you have so wonderfully done in the past and continue to do, is provide safety and health benefits for those people who already reside in Carpinteria. So I really applaud you for what you've done, but please don't give up. Please continue to do the work opposing this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
We'll go ahead and officially close public comment. I'll bring it back to the council if there's any final questions or comments. Okay. Thank you for the city manager's report. We will now move on to, we're going to back up a little and hear from Daisy, who will provide a public information report and or announcements from our first district supervisor's office. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Alarcon and the rest of the council. Apologies for the tardiness. Thanks for being understanding. I was listening. Congratulations, Brian. You really are totally awesome. So thanks. I like working with you. Okay, I have a bunch of updates because I wasn't here in December, so bear with me. The first thing I wanted to update everyone on was tomorrow the Board of Supervisors has an item on the rezones, the LCP rezones that went to the Coastal Commission and what's coming back. So what's coming back before the board is an acceptance of the modifications that were proposed by the Coastal Commission. The board unanimously accepted the rezones with the modifications of at least 32% of the units that are built have to be affordable, and those affordable units have to last the lifetime of the project. So that's the scope of what the supervisors are voting on tomorrow. We are going to, that item is A20, and our office has pulled it because we have questions about it. We would like to get some clarity on the withdrawal of the Builder's Remedy project, specifically at Baylord, and what that means for a new project. And we're asking about CEQA and EIR requirements as it pertains to the fine print, actually, that is in the rezones. So we did pull that item. It's administrative item 20. If anybody wants to make public comment, there's the availability to do it on Zoom, just like here. Okay. Moving on, the Baylord project is probably the number one thing we get questions about from Carpinteria residents. Well, there's two items. I'll get to the other one later. I just want to preface this with there's a lot of unanswered questions about Baylord. There's a lot of info out there that is old info because we just haven't seen a project yet. The last project that we have seen was under Builder's Remedy. It's from 2024. It is the project that the Coastal Commission poked holes in and got a verbal recognition that they were going to redo the project. I'm sure they worked on it with the Coastal Commission, but no one has seen an updated plan. So when folks say that this is a project that has been approved, this project has not been approved because we haven't seen the project. No one has seen the project. We're waiting on that. So I want to give you a bit of a status update. So Back in December, we had a meeting. Our office hosted a meeting here, actually, so we co-hosted, I guess, with the city managers. City Manager Ramirez was there, and Assistant City Manager Kintz was there, and Director Bobroff was there. The Housing Authority reps were there. The Red Tail reps were there. Our County Planning and Development reps were there, and our office was there. This is very uncommon. This is not how things typically go. And our goal is to get more collaboration and more transparency and more answers. So the result of that meeting was an agreement to move forward with more transparency, an agreement to move forward with more collaboration, and an agreement from Red Tail and the Housing Authority to co-host info sessions on the project itself, and the different ways that the community can apply for housing. So that was how that meeting ended. The next status is that we're waiting on the builder's remedy to be withdrawn and a new project to be submit. I don't think it's controversial to say that we do not want a builder's remedy project. We would like to see more, we would like to see it move through the process so that there is more input from community members and the county. I just want to reflect that I've met with a lot of the folks behind us. We've met with them in person. We've talked to them on the phone. I appreciate all the questions here. And so we are very aware of the concerns of more development, meaning an impact to parking, an impact to traffic flow, major safety concerns, especially for the folks that lived through the Thomas Fire evacuations. Safety around the park and pedestrians and access. So, as I said, it's uncommon that our office would be so involved. It's uncommon that the city would be involved, but we're trying to do something uncommon to try and get more answers and more transparency. So where we are is we are waiting on the new project. We are waiting on the Baylord team to withdraw the builder's remedy and apply for a new one through the Santa Barbara County application process. And once that happens, we're going to try and set a meeting with Red Tail, city, and county engineers and Fire Marshal Lamonaco to consider the ingress-egress options. Again, very uncommon, but trying to figure out if there is a solution and what is best for the community. So that's my update on Baylord. I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions.
Just a quick comment. I really appreciate that update a lot. I think that's a lot of information that I know I wasn't aware of and that the community wasn't either. So thank you so much. It sounds like you're going to be following up as some of these next steps are met. So I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you in future updates and presentations.
You can expect a monthly update on this. Okay. And always feel free to email us with any questions. Like I said, there's a lot of unanswered questions right now, but so bear with us on the timing of it all, but we will always try and answer the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, I have a few questions for you. First of all, you did talk about concerns about the ingress, egress, traffic flows, things like that, but you have not addressed it that I could hear, the impacts to infrastructure, inclusive to that one. So going to be a substantial amount of load that the city's going to be taking on with these new housing units, only because there's basically no other infrastructures or municipalities that's even close to that. There's no access coming in the backside, so everything that's going to be going into these housing units are going to be coming in from the city. So I would like to maybe have the Board of Supervisors consider taking a look at how we could coordinate support within that jurisdictions, within the two jurisdictions, to make sure that we have adequate supplies, services, and fulfill the needs that's going to happen with this excessive themselves. That's one point. The second point, we talked about transparencies. Transparencies are good. Reports like this are very helpful, but I think one of the most important parts is to reach out to the residents, make sure that they are also involved. For example, that one there is in District 4 within the city. We also have the other one coming in on Baylor, that's District 2. Those two, I think, would be very specific to actually have some neighborhood input on those also prior to the actual hearing of those projects. So we know what's going on. We could address our concerns at that one. The other one you're talking about, the Van Wiegelen projects, again, Craven's Lane is not improved. Anything beyond the city limits, it barely has 2 lanes available to it. Has no walkways, nothing else. We have power lines literally right next to the road. So I think that's going to be another major concern that we'll have, even though that does have access in from the county side. Most of the people will be coming into the city, probably not following the Foothill Road.
Councilmember Namura, through the chair. Thank you for all of those points. I will specifically look into Cravens and make sure that's an update next time. As for the outreach to the communities and neighbors, that is very much on the agenda of things we're trying to do. We are waiting to get a project in hand. I don't think it's really worth scrutinizing a project that doesn't exist yet. We have the old one, but it's moot at this point. There's things that we know aren't even on that anymore. So I would love to reach out to all of you every time there's a development proposed in your district.
I would say regardless of the developer, we still are going to have the same or similar impacts, regardless if it's reduced or not. It's still going to happen. So we still should be moving forward with how the city and the county can work together, getting support from the county. Because again, that money that's coming from county taxes should be actually supporting and helping us out also.
We'll work on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that update, and I appreciate Councilmember Namura's comments as well, and just even your clarification in terms of like, there isn't an updated project as of yet, and although this cross-coordination collaboration may be uncommon, it's likely that that property will be annexed to the city. So my hope is that Carpinteria will continue to not only advocate for itself, but see some real impacts or changes to the project itself. And so with that, and I appreciate your perspective in terms of how the meeting went, but I will look to staff just to hear from them in terms of their perspective on how that meeting went and how you all walked away and potential next steps.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for that question. So I think Daisy, really touched on it. The city was involved. Councilmember Mayor and I went up to that Coastal Commission meeting, and there was some comments made that suggested that the city was less than cooperative in the past. And so I was very interested in meeting and hopefully establishing, a new level of cooperation, understanding that when the city was first approached, there was no approval for the project, and understanding that this is an approved project now, wanting to start these conversations so that we can advocate for the best of the city. We didn't get very far other than please be more transparent, wait until there's a project for us to actually talk about. We expressed many of the concerns that Councilmember Namura had shared. And so really it was just some of those first initial steps, and we were happy that Supervisor Lee helped orchestrate that. There's some other steps that I'm just in an information gathering phase right now and speaking with the county on potentially expanding the city's sphere of influence, which is sort of a prerequisite to consideration of annexation and potential like a tax sharing agreement for monies to offset some of the impacts to our infrastructure, but I'm still very much in an information gathering phase there. And when I have more information and a project and various things, look forward to bringing that back to your council.
Thank you. Thank you, Daisy, for entertaining all those questions as well.
Of course. Well, buckle up. There's more things to talk about. Okay. So also at tomorrow's meeting, the board is hearing departmental item number 5, and this is coming from the Planning and Development Office, and it's regarding ordinance streamlining and housing accommodation amendments. This is a big package that is supposed to create faster approvals for low impact projects by shifting them to streamline level reviews, limiting what can be appealed, standardizing procedures to make rules easier to understand and apply, clearer zoning code to remove outdated provisions, reduce redundancy, and clearer explanations of how regulations apply. There's proposals on how to modernize commercial zones to allow mixed-use development, and adjusting standards to multifamily zones such as height and setbacks and open space. This is a big, big project that will likely have very big impacts to communities. So this was brought to the board in December as an informational item, and tomorrow is the first hearing on this. Our office has a lot of questions about how these changes will particularly benefit single-family homeowners, local business owners. So we have a lot of questions and would expect this to get continued. We did pass it along to some city staff for their thoughts on it. We asked Planning and Development the last time this came to the board if they had reached out to cities, and they had said no. So we are hoping that we get a clearer answer on that tomorrow. This is a big package, so we expect this to come back a few times and change. Especially, somebody brought up earlier the use by right, which is a state mandated housing term. We want to understand how these changes in county planning and development process interplay with how the state mandated housing elements, how they all play together. Sorry, I'm kind of losing track of my words, but we want to make sure that the community character and public safety are top of mind when these changes go through, what goes through. So it's a really big item tomorrow. And I'm sorry this is coming a little bit last minute, but I would expect it to carry on through another hearing. Again, that was department item 5 for anybody that's interested in looking at it. All righty.
Could we comment on that one also? Are you moving forward or?
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, on that one there, my question would be, or request would be actually, is to request the Board of Supervisors to actually take a look at the perspective from the municipality sides too. That was one thing that was basically omitted during the state hearing by the Coastal Commission. So it would be nice to know that our supervisors are actually looking at it from the adjacent properties, looking from the outside in and from the inside out. I think that would make a big difference for us. Again, it seemed to be missing completely from the Coastal Commission hearing.
Yes, we definitely want the city's perspective on this, especially as it pertains to height and setbacks and green space and open space and landscaping. Those are the things that make a community have character. So we're interested in retaining that as much as possible.
Thank you.
And I think it's clear that the city has acted in that same interest for a long time.
Through the chair. What's the first district's feelings about the limitation of appeals?
That it needs to be relooked at.
Okay, that's a good start.
Yeah, I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, what do we lose when appeals are off the table? there's a lot that happens in the appeal process. So, you know, if that's being taken off the table, why and to whose benefit? Any more questions on this? Okay. This will be an interesting item tomorrow, I'm sure, with a lot of other questions from the other supervisors. This is a big deal to all 5 supervisors, and they all come with their own perspectives and opinions in different communities. So we're Brown acted, I believe, with Chair Nelson on this, and we've had some interesting conversations about it already. So I look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. Okay, the cannabis update. So there was the timeline to file for an extension for the odor abatement plan was mid-December, and 8 operators filed for extensions for the carbon scrubber installation, and 9 operators have submitted updated odor abatement plans, and they have installed their technology and are tinkering with it. So as a reminder, March 18th is the compliance deadline. So what happens between now and then? On March 3rd, there is a Board of Supervisors hearing about the extensions. So Planning and Development will make a presentation for each of the operators that have asked for an extension, and the supervisors will decide to grant an extension or not and the parameters of that extension to each operator. So this will be case by case. There will not be a blanket extension approval or denial to all 8. It will be by operator, and different parameters will apply to different operators. So that is the hearing on the 3rd. The idea is that the 3rd, if there's something that has to be changed, if there's an issue determining the extension or the parameters, there can be a continuance to the March 17th deadline, to the March 17th Board of Supervisors meeting, one day before the compliance deadline on the 18th. So in addition to Planning and Development bringing a presentation on each of the extensions and the requests by the operators, they will also bring information about enforcement procedures. So what happens when operators are out of compliance? What is the process for violation? What is the process for fees? And what is the process for ultimately revoking a business license? Just to give you a little clarity as a reminder, the Planning and Development Department handles compliance, whereas the CEO's office at the county handles business licenses, and the assessor's office handles taxes. So it is very interdepartmental, and so that is all being hashed out right now and will be presented on the 3rd as to how to handle enforcement. And that is my cannabis update. Any questions on that before I move on?
I do, a real quick one on that one. I was under the assumption and was told that there was actually a penalty process already in place prior to the cannabis deadline for conformance.
Yes. Councilmember Nomura, through the chair. There is already enforcement going out for violations. There's notice of violations going out for the odor that's those nasal rangers. Folks are getting letters from the Planning and Development Department that odor has been detected. But the enforcement part of it is what I believe has been kind of a sticky question and an unsolvable problem, and that's what's being presented on the 3rd is the not the enforcement, the enforcement. Thanks.
Yeah, from what we were told, if they weren't in conformance by March 18th, that they would be having their licenses revoked.
So that's what we'll find out how that happens. How many notices of violations does one get? How many, what is the fee penalty? That sort of thing. Alrighty, moving right along. Okay, so I just wanted to, now for a fun thing. Thank you for approving the $800,000 funding agreement between the county and the city of Carpinteria. Shout out to Jeanette Gant for really doing the heavy lifting on the city side. That is going to the board on February 3rd for approval. So that's really exciting. $800,000 for the Carpinteria Bluffs and the maintenance and preservation for the future. So thanks, everyone. Alrighty.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
Since I've been beating you up so much, I did want to acknowledge a thank you to the supervisors for that contribution. Very generous, and it's very much appreciated within our city.
Happy to do it. And also, we really have to thank the First District under Supervisor Williams for starting this. So it's nice to have a big collaboration on it. Okay. Speaking of, it was a big Brian night and it's a big Chevron night. There is a hearing coming before the State Lands Commission on the 9th of February to handle the Chevron shell mounds. From my understanding, the Chevron platforms, they're called the 4H. They're Hazel, Heidi, Hilda, and Hope. They were decommissioned in the 90s, and part of that decommissioning was there were some remnants of some shells that had built up around the platform bottoms. So there was some contention between the fishermen and the trawlers about the removal of those mounds. And in 2013, Chevron and the State Lands Commission and the trawlers all agreed on a plan to let Chevron kind of off the hook. Probably shouldn't say it like that, but that's how I'm going to say it. So fast forward to now, the State Lands Commission is meeting to determine the lease termination agreement. So they are proposing to terminate the oil and gas leases of Chevron Oil in order, and they'll have to monitor the mounds for seismic activity for 30 years. The alternative is forcing them to remove the mounds altogether. There's been some white papers about the removal process and whether or not that is more harmful to remove them or not. But this is happening right off of the coast of Carpinteria. So our office plans on making a comment. We have written letters to the State Lands Commission advocating for full removal. We have met with the State Lands Commission, and we will see what happens. But I wanted you all to know that that's what's happening just right off our waters. Okay, and the very last thing I wanted to mention was we went to the County Public Health Carpinteria Care Center recently. We took a tour with the incredible staff over there, and they said we would love to give a tour to the city council members and staff and offer up an informational presentation for the council on what it is exactly that they are doing over at your Carpinteria Community Clinic, and offer you up some stats on the community that they're serving and what they do. I think the thing I really loved about when I went there was their sliding scale for payment. So they do not want to turn people away regardless of payment. So I think that's really admirable. And so I put in my notes that are in the agenda, you can email Jeanette Gummer. She's the healthcare administrator there, and you can email her to set up a tour, and she would love to have you and have an informational meeting as well, if you're interested in that. Those are all of my updates. Thank you for being patient with me. If there's any questions, I can take them.
Like there aren't any questions, but I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone in the public who would like to make any comment based on the report we just received? Yes, ma'am. Please feel free to come to the podium.
The amendment that I read to you that eliminates so many agencies from being able to review the development, and our concern particularly is the Baylord one. That amendment is up for vote tomorrow. In other words, we could, by objecting to that amendment and getting the supervisors to delete that amendment. We were told at the Coastal Commission meeting, and please correct me, you were there, Daisy, right? Oh, you were not. Well, nothing about this amendment came up, or it was presented that, oh, this is so great. They're adding additional affordable units. Isn't that wonderful? That was the change that we have been told consistently is being voted on tomorrow to be approved for the final rezoning. This little fine print, this user, what's the term? By user by right. The issue is evidently, from what I understand from our city attorney, they don't need builder's remedy because everything they wanted is given to them by this user by right. And that is being voted on tomorrow. So, to talk about waiting for their other draft, no, they don't need builder's remedy anymore. They have everything they need, and I don't know what commissions are going to do any reviews, because it's so open the way the wording is it said almost any review is eliminated in the wording, and I can show it to you or send you a copy of it. But this is quite alarming that it's being slipped under the rug like this. And I hope you will address that, because nothing that the Coastal Commission said included that at the meeting.
Ma'am, I'll just ask that you address the council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so that's, does anybody have any questions for me? Because I've just, was surprised when I looked into the little thing and said amendments, and then buried way, way down there was this alarming permissions that eliminates review. So we can talk about review or what we want them or cooperating with them, but nobody has any teeth anymore.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else in the public? Seeing none, I will look to Brian. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
We do have a speaker, Betty Jepson. Betty, go ahead.
Thank you. Based on these comments, I would say that the City Council please do whatever they can to get a delay on that vote tomorrow. If there is any chance that this property will be annexed back to the city, shouldn't the city be allowed its objection that it originally stated? I can tell you that the plans call for 3-story buildings for all of those buildings behind Casitas Village on Baylord, and They only have very limited parking. They said that housing is going to limit each unit to having one car. I challenged them to be able to do that, and that's why there's going to be so much overflow of parking onto the streets. And I agree with Mr. Nomura that it's going to be a financial impact on the city of Carpinteria. I can't stress enough how many good points were made in the material that's on your website and in the 75-page report that was sent to the Coastal Commission, which was ignored. I also wonder how much are the units going to cost that are not the 32% affordable housing? And what is affordable housing? No one has clarified or specified money, dollars. What are those costs? All they were talking about was they remembered when they were little being able to live close to where their mom and dad worked. And that's why they voted in favor of this project. So I'm very concerned about this moving forward, and I really appreciate anything at all that you can do to get a delay for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
We'll go ahead and close, or, sir, do you have another comment?
I was just wondering.
Oh, please stand up to the podium. Okay, thank you.
Since Daisy works for the supervisor, is there any way that he could get this pulled from the agenda tomorrow? I mean, is there any way at all?
Oh,
Or
sir, I'll
delayed?
just ask that you address the council. Please let us know when you're done with your minutes, and then,
That's okay, that's it.
okay,
Thank
thank you. So seeing no other speakers in the room, no one else on Zoom, Brian, I'll go ahead and officially close public comment, and then I'll just look to Daisy, and again, thank you for your report. My hope is that you'll be able to speak with some of the speakers tonight, because it sounds as though they may still have some questions for you, and of course, our supervisor. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to public comment on matters not on the agenda, and we will hear from Brian Moots, followed by Teresa Alvarez.
Good evening. First, I want to congratulate Brian for your honor, and I just want to say he is indicative of the city workers, not only in this building but out in the field too. He's dedicated. He's very patient with me, and I really appreciate it. So again, congratulations. Number two, I won't take much longer. I want to thank you, and I agree with your stance with Minneapolis, with the citizens of Minneapolis. These words and events are not empty. They look at other communities and hoping they have allies, and they do have allies. I was here to, because it'll be coming up soon, where with Carpinteria Beautiful and Jeanette Gant has these plans. I was hoping we'd have members come in. Elias Sprague has brought up a program called the Shore Saver Program. It's a simple program. It's going to be an effective program, and I'm here just to let you know that Carpinteria Beautiful is fully behind it. Fully behind in some of the funding, fully behind in some of the maintenance of this program. If there's any questions about it, I know she's not busy, but Jeanette Gant has been kept in the loop completely. So Shore Saver really quickly is basically stations in busy parts of the ocean beach, Linden and Ash, and what it is that it's these baskets that the public take, and what my hope is, these baskets will be, they'll put their trash in it and then take care of it properly. Started off on the East Coast, and it's been very successful. We've had some great feedback. Everybody's in favor of it. And again, Carpinteria Beautiful is going to be fully behind it. It's simple, it's effective, and if there's any questions, I can answer some of them right now, but I don't want to take up too much time. But Jeanette Gant has been in the loop, and you'll be hearing more of it. Is there any questions about it? There's nothing. Okay, I won't take up any more of your time. Again, we're behind it 100%, and thank you for everything. And Brian, congratulations. All right, have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Teresa Alvarez and Jessica Ramirez, welcome. Followed by Fred Shaw.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Teresa Alvarez, Executive Director of the Carpinteria Children's Project, and I'm also a Carpinteria resident and mom. I'm here with Jessica Ramirez, Director of Family Services at CCP. We're here to thank the Carpinteria City Council for investing in our work to support our immigrant residents and to provide an update on the impacts of immigration on our Carpinteria community. As many of you know, CCP created the Helping Hands Fund in July after the raid with overwhelming support from the community. We worked with Girls Inc. and Boys and Girls Club to identify families in need of support. You will hear an update from Jessica on how that's all been going. You'll hear that the need has not gone away. Families continue to say, I'm afraid to leave my house. My children are afraid to leave the house. My husband was detained, and now I'm the sole provider. Jessica and her team have been at the front lines of this work, so I'll pass it on to her.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. At CCP's Family Resource Center, we had to shift and redirect our work to meet the critical needs in our community right now. So for the past 13 months, even before July, back in November, actually, when the election first happened, we started receiving an outpouring amount of calls, messages, and just, community members walking into CCP and letting us know how fearful they were for this coming year. And now that we're in this coming year, their fear was rightfully so. Parents are afraid to leave their homes. Children are afraid to go to school, carrying an immense fear that not only their parents may be taken away while they're at school, but that they themselves could be taken as well. This is not something that is happening in another city or another state. This is happening right here in Carpinteria. ICE was present in our community on January 14th, just a week and a half ago, when a man was taken on his way to work. During that incident, a volunteer from the local grassroots group, Carpinteria Sin Fronteras, was pepper sprayed simply for alerting the community to ICE's presence. While only one person was taken that day, the ripple effects it leaves in our community have been devastating. Parents are living in fear and are unable to go to work. Children are refusing to go to school. Families are missing doctor's appointments. The crisis is still here, and it's ongoing. This means lost wages, housing insecurity, food insecurity, and lack of adequate medical care. In response, here's what we've been doing at CCP to support our community. Through generous donations from community members, foundations, and the city, we have provided grocery and essentials deliveries to 53 families, with some families receiving up to 6 deliveries straight to their home. We have distributed 12 grants for rent and utility assistance through our Helping Hands Fund. We have connected 4 families who were directly impacted by immigration enforcement to therapy and counseling services, and they are actually receiving ongoing case management support from our team. We have also partnered with a local clinician-led grassroots organization, Clinicians for Change, to host community mental health events focused on healing from the trauma caused by all this crisis. We plan to continue offering these events monthly for those directly impacted and for those community members who have been impacted with secondary trauma. At the same time, many families have lost access to health care, further deepening the harm. Here are a few ways the city can take action to support our community. Number 1, fund immigrant-serving organizations such as the 805 and DocuFund, the Santa Barbara Immigrant Legal Defense Center, and Carpinteria Children's Project. Continue to bring visibility to this issue and actively look for ways to support affected families. So again, thank you, Councilmember Meyer, for addressing and bringing a moment of silence for Minneapolis community members murdered by ICE. Demand transparency and communication from the Sheriff's Department regarding when ICE will be present in Carpinteria. They're aware of this before we are, so it's important for us to ask for that accountability and transparency and communication. Volunteers from the grassroots group Carpinteria Sin Fronteras are out every morning as early as 4 a.m. patrolling the city to protect our community. The city should be doing everything it can to protect those volunteers, especially with those recent murders of responders in Minneapolis. We cannot normalize this. Our community deserves safety, dignity, and the ability to live without fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Bradshaw.
Good evening, Mayor, council staff, and people listening in. I'm Fred Shaw, and I'm here for our Carpinteria community HopeNet, our community suicide prevention group. And the following remarks are from the County Department of Behavioral Wellness. As we step into 2026, the Santa Barbara County Department of Behavioral Wellness is reminding the community of the importance of prioritizing mental health and well-being. A new year offers an opportunity to reflect, reset, and adopt habits that support a balanced and fulfilling life. Taking care of our mental health is just as important as caring for our physical health. With the new year, behavioral wellness encourages everyone to focus on simple, intentional steps to nurture their emotional and mental well-being. Here are several self-care steps that can support that emotional well-being. Practice mindful goal setting. Many of us feel overwhelmed with the focus on resolutions. Instead, choose small, attainable goals that align with your values. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small. Prioritize rest and relaxation. Getting enough sleep is essential for emotional resilience. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of sleep each night, and consider making simple relaxation techniques such as meditation or breathing exercises a part of your evening routine. Move your body. Regular physical activity improves mood and reduces stress. Whether it's a quick, brisk walk, walking on the beach, gardening, or dancing, find an activity you enjoy and stick with it. Cultivate connection. Reach out to friends, family, faith-based or community groups. Building and maintaining positive relationships is a key part of mental well-being. Limit your screen time. Take breaks from those digital devices to focus on activities that bring joy and help you recharge, such as reading or painting or just spending time outdoors. Reach out for support when needed. If feelings of stress, anxiety, or depression persist, reach out for support. Behavioral wellness offers a variety of resources and services to support individuals and their families. For assistance, please call the 24/7 access line at 888-868-1649. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I do not have any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will move on to the consent calendar. Now I will open up public comment for the consent calendar. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, once again, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and officially close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held January 12th, 2026, to receive and file the warrant register for the period of January 3rd through January 16, 2026, pursuant to the Carpinteria Municipal Code, Section 2.08.150F. To receive and file the report of contracts executed by the city manager for the period of December 2nd, 2025 through January 5th, 2026. To receive and file the monthly treasurer's report on compliance with statement of safekeeping and investment of public funds for December 2025. To receive and file the quarterly review of the Pension Stabilization Trust. To adopt resolution number 6432, ratifying Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Protection District's ordinance number 2025-02 pursuant to Health and Safety Code 13869.7C, which adopts the 2025 California Fire Code and Wildland Urban Interface Code with amendments.
Second. Good job.
Thank you.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. We will now move on to administrative matters. Item number 10, which is approve and adopt resolution number 6433, rescinding resolution number 6384, and updating the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department program and facility fee schedule. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Tonight I have with me Lexi Pursoon, one of our aquatics program coordinators, and together we will be presenting to you a few proposed modifications to the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department program and facility fee schedule. This evening, we are asking you all to approve and adopt resolution number 6433, rescinding resolution number 6384, and updating the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department program and facility fee schedule. In April 2025, your council adopted resolution number 6384, updating the PRCS program and facility fee schedule. In October of 2025, Lexi presented some feedback from the Junior Lifeguard Parent and Guardian Survey. And in fall of 2025, aquatic staff also analyzed the revenue generation at the boathouse.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It is wonderful to see you all again. Over the last 2 summers, we have received parent feedback regarding the Junior Lifeguard program. The feedback was largely positive about the program. However, there were several families who shared that the historic 7-week session of JGs was difficult to manage, and some families wanted their children to participate in other summer camps, and other families wanted time off for other summer trips. Additionally, many families requested more JG program time. Just click. Sorry. This last summer, we solicited feedback via a formal survey, which we presented to you in October of last year. Based on this feedback, we are proposing some modifications to the program. We are proposing an earlier start time. Instead of starting the program at 9:30 a.m., we are proposing to start at 9 a.m. Additionally, we are proposing a 2-session program model and an optional beach afternoon recreation camp. For junior lifeguards, families will have the option for their child to either participate in one of the 2 4-week sessions, or they can register for the full 8-week session. The beach afternoon camp will be a more fun recreational camp and optional for JG participants to participate in. This camp will run from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. and would provide additional supervised camp time for working families or those who are not able to pick up their junior guard at 12:30 p.m. each day. Similar to the proposed session model for JGs, participants can sign up for one of the 2 4-week sessions or can register for the full 8-week session. We would also like to pilot some new additional beach recreation programming. We would like to do kayak, surfing, and stand-up paddleboard lessons. Additionally, we would like to propose a regularly scheduled beach event called Carp Beach Nights. Carp Beach Nights would be an early evening programming, and our goal with this proposed event would be to create a place of community building through ocean recreation. Our beach lifeguard team would supervise and organize an open water swim and beach run for our community members of all ages to join. The proposed fees for your consideration are listed here. Carp Beach Nights would be $15 per participant. The private lessons for ocean recreation programming would be $75 per participant. Semi-private lessons would be $50 per participant, and group lessons would be $25 per participant. For school and nonprofit organizations, group lessons would be $15 per participant. The proposed junior lifeguard program fees, as can be seen on the screen, the current fee for the 7-week session model of JGs is $675 per participant. We are proposing $450 for a 4-week session and $900 for an 8-week session. The afternoon camp is proposed to be $200 per 4-week session. Getting the hang of this, sorry. As you will see here, the cost per hour for the junior lifeguard programming is the same as it was intended to be for the 7-week session this summer. The 4-week and 8-week camps start 30 minutes earlier, which adds to the total time of the program. What we can also see is the afternoon beach camp is at a lower per hour cost, which reflects its recreational focus and emphasis on fun, supervised beach play and group activities.
This evening, we are also asking for your approval on a couple of fee cleanup items, if you will. During the PRCS fee updates in April, 2 of our Carpinteria Aquatics Club fees were inadvertently removed, and the nonprofit rental rate for special event space at the community garden was not included.
If approved, the revised PRCS program and facility fee schedule would become effective on March 1st, 2026. This concludes our staff report, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much for the joint presentation. That was very, very nicely done. In terms of the ocean recreation lessons, is this the first time the city is offering those? I don't recall hearing about them before.
Through the mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor. From my understanding, at one point, I think they did, but I think it's been quite a while. I think all of us here haven't been in that position since that's happened. So I do remember at one point, because the Ocean Recreation Boathouse over at Ash Avenue was used in that capacity at some point, but right now it's just been used for rentals.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like exciting programming ideas between that and then the beach nights. That sounds great. In terms of the change for the JG sessions, what kind of changes are you hoping to see by implementing those? Are you trying to get more numbers of participants, more diversity, more retention? What are some of the goals with having these other models?
Through the mayor, vice mayor, I think our goal is to always get more people, but more than anything, we're just trying to create more accessibility. We understand that not everybody wants to do 7 weeks of junior guards. I did. I know many other kids will be so excited to have 8 weeks happen, but I know that there are many families that like to go on trips and want more flexibility. So I think more of our goal is to create more adaptable programming. But if we get more kids, then that's also a great a byproduct of this.
Great, thank you. And then are there still scholarships or fee waivers or sliding scale for these new models too for the junior guard program?
Through the mayor, vice mayor, I think we're in the phase right now of creating a scholarship program. We're still ways out from getting that finalized, but hopefully our goal is to have that in place. But right now I don't have a firm date on when it would be completed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I look forward to being participant in Carp Beach Nights. Sign me up. With regards to the program, having it be 8 weeks into 4-week sessions, is there a threshold of kids who need to sign up? Or is there any concern that you won't fill the whole 8 weeks?
Through the mayor, council member, mayor, I think that the way that the numbers are looking right now is we'll be able to meet what the max that we usually meet is at 200. Last year we had 180. We're hoping for more. But staffing is looking like we'll be able to fulfill that. If there is a reason for any kid that can't get into the program, hopefully the 2 sessions will kind of help make up for that. Based on parent survey feedback, we've been able to determine that maybe half of our current participants would maybe do 8 weeks. But of course, we can't see that until it actually comes to fruition. And then the other half would be, I'm going to do 4 weeks here, I'm going to do the other 4 weeks. So we're hoping to keep it at that 200. But if we need to make changes, we'll see what staffing will allow for that.
So even with half in one session, that would still be a viable option?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes.
Quick question. It looks like it's not going to be included, but my question would be, we had Jazzercise Group come in here and they talked about looking at reevaluating their structure for time that they want to use the facilities for. I don't see it in here. I was just wondering if there are plans to relook at that, see if in fact there's other solutions.
Yeah, Councilmember Nomura, tonight's report is just limited to these new programming. So still happy to look into that and bring that back if the council desires to hear that again. But tonight, yeah, it is just limited to the new programs.
No, that's fine. According to the agenda, it was pretty broad as far as the scope of the program. Thank you.
And I would be in support in terms of hearing an update. Would you need some additional support from additional council members, or is that sufficient?
I can bring that back as part of our city manager's report.
Great.
You know, one of the things that I've had a chance to share with some of you is Jeanette walked into my office last week with a blown socket And we thankfully, one of the things that we did one of the things that's increased the cost for some of the renters is having a staff person on site. And there's always that limit or that low, but possibility of issues with water or various things. And so actually a fire started in one of the sockets, and thankfully one of our facility attendants was able to catch that in time and stop that from being any more damage. And so I'd still say we're pretty committed to wanting to keep that staffed, but can gather more information and kind of look at the overall picture and bring something back as part of the city manager's report.
Great, thank you. I have a few questions. Thank you for your report. It's super helpful. It's really exciting for me to hear how your department is surveying parents and making some changes based on that feedback. And so just to confirm, are the afternoon camps, that's new? That's not something that we've done in the past?
Yes, Mayor, this is a new piloted option. We considered making the hours longer, but to try to help all families, the families that have older children that don't need to be there until 2:30 that can leave on their own. We're giving them that option, and we'll see how it goes this year and pilot it and go from there.
Great, thank you. And then my other question, I appreciate how you have the cost per hour and the session length all laid out here. This is really easy to understand. But I do have a question. When was the last time we've updated our fees for JGs?
Mayor Alarcon, the fees were updated last fiscal year, so July 1st. Last July, it was increased to $650 for the 7-week program. It was set to be $675 for this summer. If that makes, I apologize. So last summer was $650. This summer it was set to be $675. So we're keeping that same per hour rate, but made this adjustment.
Right.
So it's been annually for the last couple years. I believe the JG fees have increased incrementally.
Yes, so Mayor, we do plan on incorporating these fees. Did you mention that already? I'm sorry, I don't want to repeat.
In the staff report, but not.
So it's included in the staff report as part of the master fee schedule. So the master fee schedule will likely come back here in I think in March, and that's part of just the annual CPI increases. This will not receive an increase being so new. The reason why we had to bring it back sooner than that is for registration that occurs prior to summer.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. And then I have similar questions in terms of enrollment and staff and what that would cost us, but it's clear that we just don't have enough information right now. This is such a popular program that I just asked for an update as we get closer to the launch. And then, of course, you all will be recruiting for those positions. So.
Yes, Mayor Alarcon, of course, we would be happy to provide an update. And just to add additional clarification, similar to how we piloted the Sunday swim lessons and really truly run recreational programming, if the registration numbers aren't up there, we don't staff as much. So it's really, as we see registration coming through, Lexi is pulling off of her roster of staff who she's already been in touch with who want to return or are interested in this. And we move, staff over per participants based on the ratio. So if we aren't getting high registration numbers, which I don't expect, then we would just use those staff either at the beach towers, running these other programs, or some for other purposes. We wouldn't necessarily have that expense if we're not having that revenue. And yes, Lexi will keep an eye on registration, has already talked to staff, and will provide an update. Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Any other final questions?
I just want to say thank you one more time. It's really exciting when you're so reactive, or I guess proactive is the better word, to what the community needs. And that's really what rec is supposed to be, and I love to see it.
So I'll go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and officially close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any final questions? And I will ask for a motion.
I'll move to approve and adopt resolution number 6433 as read by title only.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And I will just ask for a quick 10-minute break, a recess, before we come back. Thank you. Hello all and welcome back to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. Today is January 26, 2026, and we will begin with item number 11, which is the authorization to issue the notice inviting bids for the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge Replacement Project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. So what is before you, I'm actually proud to announce that we're finally getting to the process or the phase in building the project, but not just yet. What is before you is more of a routine process of city staff to bring before you authorization to ask for or request for an authorization to issue the notice inviting bids for the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge Replacement Project. Like all capital projects, this is a practice or best practice that city staff goes to your council to request for authorization, just inviting or to issue the notice inviting bids. There is no cost for the council to authorize this notice inviting bids. It's all procedural nature. What will come before the city council is when the bids are received. It will be at that time the city staff will be recommending, will make a recommendation whether to award the project, toss out the bids, or re-advertise. So at this time, what is being requested of City Council is to just authorize the Public Works Director to issue the notice inviting bids. Just as a refresher, I put on screen here the actual capital improvement program worksheet of the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge, just to show you pictorially where this particular bridge is. Is this part of Carpinteria Avenue Bridge over Carpinteria Creek that is of the subject matter. The general scope of work of the project is to remove and replace the bridge. If you recall, your council actually approved a small part of the construction phase last year to clear and grub the vegetation in order for utility relocation to commence. So I remember there was a question from, or clarification from Councilmember Clark that what does clear and grub means? Basically is just clearing or removing certain vegetation that has been identified through environmental documents that is only allowed to be removed. And in this particular case or this project, certain vegetation was removed. That includes the trees along the creek and some trimming as well. So that particular phase of the project, the clearing and grubbing phase, is now complete. So this particular part of the phase is the big part of the project, is replacement of the bridge. So in your staff report, there's a general timeline of when this will go out to bid, because right now we're still working with utility companies to relocate their facilities, mainly Southern California Edison, Cox Communication, and Frontier Communications, with their overhead utility lines. So as soon as they're finished, or at least we get a schedule of anticipation of completion of those utility relocations, then we'll have a more narrow date of when we will advertise to bid. Right now, though your staff report says early 2026, I like to call that a typographical error, and it might have been during the review process of city staff, but it is not early 2026. This notice and inviting bids should have said 2026. Again, I don't know when, but this is procedural in nature, and the notice inviting bids, should your council authorize the Public Works Director, I would be able to have that flexibility to issue notice inviting bids basically any time during the year to go out. Another, just a reminder, this is a federal aid project, meaning that the Highway Bridge Program funds are involved. That is through the Federal Highway Administration, and the keeper of the money, so to say, is Caltrans. California Department of Transportation. So they enforce the rules of Federal Highway Administration, and they are also the keepers of the money, and it's through Caltrans that we would submit our reimbursement. And we have been submitting reimbursement in the preliminary engineering phase or the design phase, the right-of-way phase, if you recall those phases, as well as our environmental document. So we have been reimbursed 88.53% to be exact of federal aid funds, and the remaining portion of that 11.47 is city funded. So that's background again on the funding. And with that, that concludes my presentation, pending any questions.
Yeah, quick question. So if bids come in significantly higher than the engineer's estimate, which I know we've seen recently several times, does that put the federal funds into any kind of jeopardy in terms of the timeline of the project or anything like that?
Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor, that's always a question I get asked. What if a project or the bids come in higher than the engineer's estimate, which you've pointed out we've seen already. In this particular project, I anticipate bids to come in a little higher from the time when the initial estimate was made back in 2010. So this project has been around since 2010. And we're barely just getting into the construction phase. So to your question, no, it will not jeopardize the federal aid funding because this is a reimbursement program. And what that means is as long as this project sees activity, the Federal Transportation Improvement Program, the FTIP, Federal Transportation Improvement Program, that's basically the federal government's CIP list. As long as it is programmed in the FTIP, this project will continue on. Not indefinitely, but it will continue on. And should the bid do come in higher, or the apparent low bid comes in higher than what was estimated, it's typical of agencies, and we're no different, to request for additional funding for the fire. We just have to show that we received an apparent low bid, and this is what's coming, and we request for additional funds from the Federal Highway Administration.
Got it. And then just by requesting those funds, then that counts as activity on the project. So, would that be accurate to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. And just, Vice Mayor and Council Mayor, just by doing paperwork, that is considered activity. Paperwork as in preliminary engineering. As you can see, utility relocations are still in process. So that is considered activities that are still eligible for funding.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thanks. On that same note, it's been 16 years. What if the bids come in twice as much as 2010? Sure that maybe the federal people are still there, but that's just that much more money we have to pay. Also, we've got it. At that point, we'd be kicking in $2.5 million for this. So are we prepared for that situation?
Yes, good question, Councilmember Clark, through the mayor. That's actually on my mind about this project. And like all our other projects, does it come in twice, 3 times, 4 times, 6 times higher? All we could do right now is ask for that additional funding. And yes, you actually alluded to that. We request additional funding from the feds, so also that 11.47% participation. Yeah. I just mentioned in the staff report, we have to also kick in to fill in that gap. I don't know what that means until we receive the bid and we provide your recommendation.
Yep, thank you.
Councilmember Clark, also, I'd like to just add that in March, we do intend on doing our capital improvement project workshop that we've started a couple years ago, and we'll have a chance to relook at all of our various projects and prioritize them by, essential and critical infrastructure. And there certainly will be some prioritization that would need to occur in terms of available resources and the various projects that we have. So we'll have another opportunity to look at this again.
Any additional questions? I have a question. I didn't read it in the staff report, but you did say it verbally. So I just want to back up to make sure I fully understand. So you mentioned this, of course, is to provide authorization for the notice to bid, but we even though we pass it tonight, you wouldn't be able to do it until certain utility companies, what do they need to clear out, or what do they need to do?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So utility relocation, that involves Southern California Edison, Frontier Communications, Cox Communication to relocate their overhead lines to basically get out of the way when the bridge is about to construct. So these pre-construction activities, I call it, we have to wait until that is finished. Once Edison and the two utility companies I just mentioned are out of the way, so to say, that will give me the prompt, to issue the notice inviting bids. And by that time, I'm just going to guess. We're hoping that after the end of summertime as well. I did forget that there's also our consulting project manager, Gerald Komati, who is online. If you have any, Gerald, do you have any more input to provide to our council regarding time frame?
Yes, good evening. No, I think, John, you captured it well. We still need a fair amount of time for the relocations to occur. They're underway, which is good news, but they do move slowly, and there are other bits and pieces that we need to kind of get in order before we can actually go out to bid. So John's timeline, I think, is accurate. It would be after the summer.
Okay, and so just to confirm, is this best practice to wait, or is it something that we absolutely have to do to wait to do the notice of bidding until the utility relocation occurs? Out of curiosity, I'm just...
Sure, Madam Mayor, and Council, Gerald and I were thinking about how we the time frame of the notice inviting bids, but it would help us as far as the project team goes is to basically get this staff procedure out of the way, because that gives us now the flexibility to at our discretion to advertise the bid when we believe it's ready, as opposed to, okay, when the utility relocations are finished, go to the city council then. I think we are anticipating the project to be bid out this year and after the summer. Coming to you early in the process, that's what Gerald and I have determined that we should do, just to get this procedural part out of the way.
Yeah, and I asked that question only just because in the past we've had some, like, we've gone out to bid and then we received the bids and it's not either enough people bidding, or we've had to go back out to bid again. So I'm just trying to better understand the timing of it all, and yeah. So.
Mayor, if I could just add
Yes.
one comment. One of the issues we would have with going out too early is if we got a good bid, they're only good for, 60 days?
60 calendar days.
And so
Yeah.
the issue would be is that it would expire and then it wouldn't be any good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, quick question I have. Was that utilities company actually working out there? I saw a large crane over by the... Was that Edison? Is that part of the work there that's going on, the relocation?
Yes, Councilmember Nomura, that is.
Okay. Sounds good. And so, given the 60-day time notice for, or I'd say the application for projects, when do you anticipate we will actually put those things out to bid?
I mentioned this after this summer.
After the summer.
After this summer. That's what Gerald and I have estimated for this project to go out to bid. We're somewhat under the mercy of the utility companies, so they go by their own pace.
So this item here is actually just to start the process? Is that
Yes,
what you're
sir.
saying?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? I will go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for any final questions or comments, and of course, the motion.
I'll move to authorize the Public Works Director to advertise the notice inviting bids for the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge Replacement, project number 15016.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We move on to item number 12, which is the introduction and first reading of ordinance number 795, repealing and replacing chapter 10.60 bicycles of the Carpinteria Municipal Code entitled Bicycles and Electric Mobility Devices.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members, Ryan Kintz, Assistant City Manager. Pleasure to present this item to you all tonight. So tonight, staff is presenting the first reading of the Bicycles and Electric Mobility Devices Ordinance. This item reflects several months of work following council direction last year, including input from several of our community members, the Sheriff's Office, the school district, and other members of our ad hoc e-conveyance committee. So tonight, I'm going to just provide a brief overview of why this ordinance is before us tonight, talk about the process and the committee direction that was received. I'll provide a brief overview of the ordinance, including some of the key policy frameworks such as sidewalk riding, the youth diversion program, enforcement and impoundment, and then additional key provisions of the ordinance. I'll also talk about our implementation and education approach, some of the fiscal impacts, and then finally we'll end with the council action tonight. So why is this ordinance before us? So over the past 3 years, Carpinteria has seen a significant increase in the use of electric bicycles and other electric mobility devices throughout our city, both for transportation and recreation. With that increase, the city has also received growing safety concerns, particularly related to excessive speeds, sidewalk riding in high pedestrian areas, and other incidents and accidents that have happened in our community. While the state law does regulate these devices broadly, the city's existing municipal code did not fully address electric mobility devices or provide locally enforceable tools. So this ordinance is really intended to fill that gap by establishing some clear, locally enforceable rules that really supplement but do not replace state law. So in March of last year, Council held a special meeting right here in this room focused on e-bike safety, which included participation from local stakeholders and enforcement partners. Following that discussion, Council established the ad hoc e-conveyance committee in April to help guide staff in developing the policy recommendations. The committee included Council member Julia Mayer and our Mayor Alarcon, along with representatives from the Sheriff's Office, as I mentioned, Carpinteria Unified School District, Move Santa Barbara, which is a bicycle and bicycle advocacy group in town, and then also city staff, as well as other members of the community who did attend several of those meetings. The committee really did focus on safety. Education was the primary focus, enforcement feasibility, as well as best practices from other jurisdictions, and also talked about implementation considerations. So the ordinance that you see before you tonight follows the direction from that committee. So at a high level, the ordinance, what it does is it repeals and replaces the existing city's bicycle chapter and creates a new consolidated chapter that combines the bicycle components and the electric mobility device components into one ordinance. It applies consistently to bicycles, Class 1 through 3 e-bike, scooters, skateboards, and similar devices. And the ordinance establishes local operating rules and administrative citation authority to address some of these unsafe behaviors that we've seen, while remaining fully aligned with state law, as I mentioned. So moving on to some key policy frameworks that were part of the main discussion of our committee. So one of those is sidewalk riding. Under existing law, city's law, bicycles are already prohibited from riding on sidewalks within our central traffic district. So this new ordinance retains that existing prohibition, and it extends it also to electric mobility devices within that same area. So the central traffic district includes the downtown core, adjacent streets, and public parking facilities. These are really the areas within the highest pedestrian activities of the city. And the ordinance does not propose a citywide sidewalk ban. That was a big discussion amongst the committee. Instead, it reflects the committee's recommendation for a targeted location-based approach. So this slide shows the boundaries of the central traffic district. As defined in the municipal code, the area includes the downtown core, adjacent streets, and public parking facilities. These are locations within the city that really do have the highest pedestrian activity, and they really do have the greatest potential for conflicts between riders and pedestrians. The ordinance applies the sidewalk riding prohibition, as I mentioned, for bicycles and electric mobility devices within this defined area only, consistent with the existing bicycle regulations. So no sidewalk riding on bicycles or e-bikes within this central traffic district. And I will mention that the municipal code does define the central traffic district using street names and ends and beginnings of those streets. So this map that you see before you was created by our in-house GIS team. We looked at that description of the streets and made this map. So this map doesn't exist in this form in our municipal code, but the definition of the streets does. So the intent really here is to provide clarity and consistency, focusing restrictions where pedestrian safety concerns are most pronounced. So why a targeted approach? So the committee really spent a significant amount of time discussing whether a citywide sidewalk ban was appropriate. Ultimately, the committee concluded that some areas of the city lack safe or practical on-street alternatives. A blanket-wide city ban would and could unintentionally push riders into higher speed traffic areas and would likely require additional enforcement resources. The ordinance instead allows for a flexible focus on high conflict pedestrian areas, as I mentioned, which is in that central traffic district. So this does preserve council's ability to revisit sidewalk rules in the future as conditions or infrastructure change. For example, if the council in the future wants to redefine the boundaries of that central traffic district, that's something that we can certainly do. The committee did give us guidance in that matter, actually, to relook at the central traffic district, make sure that it's in alignment with the reality of where the bike paths actually are. So that is something that staff is going to do. If we were to redefine that central traffic district, that does take council action, so we can certainly come back to the council if staff deems it appropriate to update that central traffic district, and that would automatically apply to the bicycle and e-bike ordinance because we reference the central traffic district in this ordinance here tonight. Another important component, and really the focus of the ordinance, is on education. And part of that education is this youth diversion program. So for minors under 18, the ordinance establishes an education-first approach for first-time violations. So eligible youth may complete a safety education course in lieu of paying a fine. So if they are issued an administrative citation, staff will educate the student and the parents through some of our outreach and education materials, including some pamphlets that we're planning to create, to educate them that this is an opportunity, so you don't have to pay the fine, you don't have an admin site on your record with the city. And then with successful completion, it would dismiss the fine, it would dismiss the citation. Really the goal here is not enforcement, really the goal is education. I will cite something from the grand jury report on e-bikes for the city of Santa Barbara. That report did show that education with enforcement is key. Just education or just enforcement doesn't really get the point across. So that's where that focus is coming from, because there is some defined statistics out there that show that enforcement with education does actually lead to great results. So staff is proposing a pilot partnership with Move Santa Barbara to deliver this youth diversion program. Repeat or egregious violations would still remain subject to enforcement under those fines, which I'll discuss here shortly. And then we are working with Move Santa Barbara to fine tune that proposal and that plan. The expense for this pilot program for this first initial youth diversion program would be around $1,500. So another policy framework is enforcement and impoundment. So the ordinance does establish an administrative citation structure of $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second, and $500 for subsequent violations. This follows our standard admin cite process that's listed in our Muni Code. Administrative citations may be issued by both the Sheriff's Office and under this ordinance, now our code enforcement staff can also issue administrative citations. Impoundment authority, however, is limited under state law and is subject only to sworn law enforcement personnel, and that may be used when necessary to provide protect public safety in the event there's a egregious offender and that bicycle or e-bike needs to be impounded. These provisions are, we really looked across the board at other cities. We also looked at the city of Santa Barbara. So these provisions are really modeled after these ordinances that we looked across the board, including the city of Santa Barbara's. And they really are some of the best practices that a lot of jurisdictions are using. Some additional key provisions, including to those major policy areas that I just mentioned. These include due care requirements. So a maximum operating speed of about 28 miles per hour, yielding and right-of-way rules and helmet requirements for riders under 18. It also establishes lighting and equipment standards, prohibits unsafe behaviors such as stunt riding or carrying passengers where it's not designed, and clarifies where riding is allowed or prohibited, including allowing riding on the Carpinteria bluffs, which was also a distinction that the committee wanted to make sure was there, while continuing prohibitions of bicycle and e-bike riding in the salt marsh and also on our athletic facilities. So just a draft implementation timeline. We will go back to the committee once this ordinance is in effect, present this draft implementation with timeline to the whole committee, including the school district, the sheriff's department, and we'll be focusing in on education first. So tonight, if the council votes, the first reading will be completed. Then the second reading takes place on February 9th. March 9th, the ordinance becomes effective 30 days following the second reading. Post-adoption in the spring, the plan is phase 1 to really push forward the public awareness and the outreach. Here's what the city has done. They've adopted this ordinance. This is the rules. This is what could happen if you break the rules. Really focusing in on the education. Then phase 2, we would provide additional warnings and education to the public. Our staff, including code enforcement and sheriffs, would be in the field providing those warnings. And then finally, phase 3, we would do something similar to like a DUI checkpoint where we would provide targeted enforcement. We would say, hey, we're sheriffs and code enforcement will be somewhere in the city at this time. If you are violating the rules, you will get a citation. And then finally, phase 4 would be that youth diversion program pilot course available to those first-time minor offenders. Again, this will be fine-tuned with the committee, but I wanted to present to the council tonight just the next steps in terms of what our draft next steps would be. So in terms of fiscal impacts, the youth diversion program is funded currently in our budget, so there's no appropriation needed by the council tonight. Citation revenue is not really expected to be significant. Again, we're not in the business of trying to make money from this. We're just trying to make sure our city is safe and our riders are safe. So that's going to be the focus is on the education. If there are enhanced enforcement costs incurred by the use of the sheriff's department to provide that enforcement, we would return to the city council if needed for those appropriations. And then finally, staff's recommendation tonight is to approve the ordinance on first reading and then continue the second reading and adoption to the city council meeting for February 9th. And we are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
If you could let me know, what specific behaviors is the ordinance most designed to impact? And how will we know 6 months from now, a year from now, that we're successful in that? Because I hear and I like that a lot of it is education-based, which I think is what it should be. But then can you tell me a little bit about, what behaviors we're trying to change and how we'll know if they've been changed?
Absolutely, Councilmember Solorzano. Excellent question through the mayor. So the ordinance is really primarily intended to reduce those observable high-risk behaviors that we see that have generated the greatest safety concerns for the public, including riding at unsafe speeds in pedestrian-oriented areas. So, we have heard here at this council meeting, public commenters talking about e-bikes on sidewalks. That's an example. Riding bicycles or electric mobility devices in other areas that are just primarily focused for pedestrians. Again, sidewalk riding. Failure to yield to pedestrians. We have heard some complaints about that. Or those just completely not obeying some traffic laws, just either because they don't know what they are, the younger riders, or because they're just trying to get to where they're going and they know that they're not obeying those traffic rules. Stunt riding can cause some issues. Riding against traffic is a big one. And then also youth riding behaviors that create conflicts near schools or in the downtown area. For example, riding bikes that they're not permitted to be ridden in public spaces. So electric motorcycles is an example. Those aren't really e-bikes. Those that don't have pedals, those are electric motorcycles. They're not permitted on public roads. And then to evaluate whether the ordinance is working, staff anticipates, returning to the council at some point in the future after this first phase. We'd love to come back with a report to the council. We want to provide some trend-based data. So we want to provide the number and type of administrative citations and warnings that were issued. The sheriffs will be issuing those, but they will be turning over those admin citations to staff. So we'll have those in hand and we'll be tracking those. We'll also get some sense of the location-based enforcement trends. So the sheriff's office will also tell us where and when those citations were being issued. We'll also keep an eye out for the reported complaints and service calls that are coming in for unsafe riding. And then also the youth diversion program participation and completion rates. Those will also be a key data point for us that we'll bring back to the council. And then also just any reports that we get about any incidents that are occurring or injuries that are occurring that are either reported from the community or from our sheriff's office, that'll also be documented. And really, that's what we want. We want safe riding. We want people to be safe. Really, the measurement is going to be, are we getting less incidents? That's going to be the main reporting data that we're going to want to see in the community.
Got it. Thank you. And then I really like the idea of the youth, the
Youth Diversion
Program. Where does that take place? Is that in Santa Barbara? Is that here?
Yes, it'll take place here in Santa Barbara. We will be working with the school district. We do have Ms. Pursoon here this evening too, if the council has any questions for the school district. I will add that we also have the sheriff here tonight, our chief of police, and then also Martinez from Move Santa Barbara is also here. I also want to thank them for participating in our ad hoc committee. This was a lot of work. And I also want to thank our council member mayor and the mayor Alarcon for your guys' participation. This was a lot of work. It was a long time coming, and people really put a lot of thought into this, what you see here tonight. So they're also here if you guys have any questions for them.
Great. Thank you very much.
Quick question, Ryan. That would be on the verbiage that you're going to have on these signs. Have we affirmed that they are ADA compliant as far as warnings? Sounds like you didn't have a specification for, say, electric wheelchairs, things like that.
Yeah, we'll be ensuring that we're following all the ADA compliance requirements for signage. We'll ensure we do that. And then I apologize, Councilmember Solorzano, the courses will take place here in Carpinteria. We're going to be working with the school district. We'll either have it on site at the school district or maybe even here at City Hall, depending on the necessary needs of that cohort of individuals that'll be in the training.
Looks like there's no additional questions. I'll go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for any final thoughts, comments, questions, and of course, a motion.
Being on this committee, I just wanted to say thank you to the city and to Move Santa Barbara and to Dr. Pursoon and the sheriff's office. I think the big focus in how we got here was that this is a really excellent community to ride a bike in, and this is a really excellent way that we're getting kids out into the community, and we don't want to necessarily stop that from happening. It was very important to all of us that what we're doing is teaching kids and adults who are riding e-bikes incorrectly how to ride them properly and to be in harmony with our community. And I think that we took a lot of good cues from Move Santa Barbara, and I'm really appreciative to them. And I just wanted to really also just extend my thanks to them, and also to just make sure that the community hears us, that, you know, this is a great place to ride a bike and we want people to ride bikes here.
I would say the committee did an excellent job. Very well done. One question or concern I would have possibly is with the many out-of-town tourists that we have coming into the state park. That may be one place we would have to focus on literature, things like that, making sure they have that available. Because that would be hard to enforce then, other than just the money portion.
Point. And I'd like to just say, I echo what Councilmember Mayer said, I think, and thank staff for bringing a lot of people with a lot of different opinions and thoughts about where we should start and where we should go. And I think you were able to do that really excellently with all the different voices, and we've really been able to create something that I think the community can be really proud of. So thank you. So with that, I will, if there aren't any other questions from council, I'll go ahead and provide a motion, which is I move to approve ordinance number 795 as read by title only, and continue the second reading and adoption to the city council meeting of February 9th, 2026.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
And Mayor, before I get to the roll call, let me read the ordinance title into the record. Ordinance number 795, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria amending and replacing Chapter 10.60 of the Municipal Code pertaining to bicycles and electric mobility devices. And now for the roll call, Councilmember Mayer.
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano.
Aye.
Councilmember Clark.
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. We will now move on to item number 13, which is period 1 department reports for the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
Mayor, council, community members, while we pull up our PowerPoint, this is going to be a department shared presentation. I'll start just by giving a little bit of background on this. So the item before you this evening is our period 1 reports for this current fiscal year 25-26 budget. On just a little background, on March 24, 2025, the City Council adopted some primary goals and priorities for the next 2 fiscal years, 25-26 and 26-27. Those primary goals included to enhance public outreach, education, and transparency, maintain a small beachside town, enhance quality of life for residents, and maintain the fiscal sustainability of the city. That served as the basis for city staff development of strategic program goals and objectives, and some other important considerations were things like funding, staff capacity, technology and resources, regulatory and legal constraints. I'd like to note that the items that that we're reporting on are not the day-to-day. These are additional things that have a start and an end time, and they don't include things that come up randomly because they weren't obviously programmed into our goals at the beginning. So these are just items that were thought of at the beginning, and the ones that we tend to share, the ones that closest relate to City Council's goals and or just notable activities that occurred during the period. There is a bit of a change in cadence. So last year, we had just a single year budget, and we came and we did 4 reports, so we did one every 3 months. Now that we went to a 2-year budget, we still intend to come 4 times, but now it's going to include 2 different quarters. 1 and 2 is what we're covering this quarter. I should also mention that's on the fiscal year, so that includes July 1 to December 31st this time. And it allows us to show more meaningful progress over 6 months. It balances staff capacity and also continues that we provide regular updates for the council. And the fact that also it's aligned with the city's fiscal year budget allows us to be flexible. And if we need to do anything that involves some budget amendments, we can align those as well. The next time we come back will be period 2. That'll be quarters 3 and 4, and will include January 1st to June 30th. So the purpose of the item before you tonight is to present you all with these reports and then to receive any feedback or direction from the City Council as deemed appropriate. The components of the report this evening is a department overview, and that's a summary of all the high level or the most notable activities from the period. Ideally, someone could just read that summary and have a really good idea on everything that happened over the last 2 quarters. To make it even easier, we have a bulleted list of key department highlights that goes into even more detail. And then we have our upcoming department priorities, things that you can expect to see over the next 2 quarters. And then we finish with a department financial summary, which includes a table of any amendments or changes to the department budget. And then any things, variances to the budget or challenges that were worth noting. One of the changes from the last time we presented this report is that it included, in addition to a department summary, individual program summaries. Some of the feedback that we got from that is that it was somewhat repetitive because all of the highlights were in the department summary, and then the program summaries highlighted many of the same things. What was absent was maybe some more of the granular data, things that people might be interested in, which is like what's the progress on this one very specific goal that we were interested in. So one of the things that we'll be adding online in the next 2 to 4 weeks is an online resource that covers all activity for every single goal and every single objective that occurred over the period. So people will be able to go online. That'll be rather extensive. We're talking potentially hundreds of pages. So online is where it will be solely, because you're going to need sorting and you're going to need to be able to filter and research that. Otherwise, you're just digging through a lot of different pages. But if somebody has a particular interest in any goal, they'll be able to go online and do that. We'll look forward to getting that up on Hot Topics and coming back and letting you know as soon as it's available. One other thing that I did note at the end of the report is one of the things that was noticed last year is that the city's commitment to public education, outreach, transparency, obviously adds a lot more time to each item that you cover. So, if before we did 5 projects at low outreach, we found that doing 3 projects at a medium to high outreach was about as much as staff could cover, and so some of the number of projects that staff have been able to take on has lessened, while the quality of those that we've presented has, I think, risen. So you might find that that's a theme that you'll see throughout the various reports this evening. So with that, I will go on to general government and start us off. So we started the year strong with the celebrating the 60 years of Carpinteria. That was a week's worth of events and coordination with TVSB to ensure that that event was streamed. And so we had our first local State of the City event in a long time. I know we've had them before, but actually held by the city. So it was a great event. We also executed a contract that Brian mentioned this evening for Civic Plus Agenda Management System. And believe me when I say Brian only really covered the surface of these things. There's a lot of internal efficiencies that are going to be created and stuff I look forward to you all seeing. And then along with your council, we helped administer $136,500 in grants to 10 local nonprofits, and then an additional $10,000 for immigration support efforts. We did not anticipate the second half of that, I think, when we started, but the committee did anticipate having some additional monies available for that, so happy to be able to take that on. We also conducted a pre-analysis for the release of a classification and compensation study for staff. That's something that happens every few years in the cities. Last time we did this was in 2021, so we just want to ensure and see where the city compares with the market. We completed an audit for comprehensive, accurate property insurance coverage. None of that's we don't always get to do the exciting stuff, but it's the tedious risk management items that the team has taken on, and that's just one of many items. And then, of course, as mentioned earlier, our Proposition 218 process with the assessment districts has taken up a substantial amount of time. In addition to that, we've had a lot of focus on staff training, including train the trainers so that our staff can actually continue these training items, and then also a citywide training tracker to make sure that we're meeting all of our legal requirements. So again, not necessarily the fun stuff, but really beneficial for staff. Some of the major events, as mentioned, the 60th anniversary week, we worked with our sheriff's department, and I think the city got more involved than we had in the past, and I think it really worked out, that strong partnership for a successful national night out event. We worked with your council to do 5 assessment district presentations, and at those, if you had happened to attend one of those, there was much more talk about other items beyond assessment districts and things that people were interested in discussing. So those were fruitful. We also hosted 2 separate ones in addition to the 5 assessment district presentations. I did one at Agewell, and then we also did a town hall here at the chamber. And then we also did a voter survey to gauge community support on potential revenue measures as one of the items that we discussed. And back when we were starting this budget, is the trajectory of the city's revenues to expenses. And so tackling that is part of one of the city council goals of the financial sustainability of the city. So gauging that and conducting that survey. And then inclusive outreach. So conducted fully Spanish language presentations and distributed bilingual ready SBC materials. And our new program manager, Jaleesa Briones, was very instrumental in ensuring those occurred. Some of the upcoming priorities is our agenda management software launch that we're looking to debut here this coming month. To issue an RFP for that class and comp study, to continue with some finalization of personnel rules and regulations. Again, just a lot of policy infrastructure for the city. We'll come back to your council with the e-conveyance muni code amendment and our education plan, as Ryan Kins just mentioned earlier. We're looking to launch a teen basic cert training course. And then also, we've been working with the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, or CJPIA, on our loss control action plan findings, which again is very exciting risk management stuff. And then we'll be looking to come back to your council with voter survey results to inform next steps on potential revenue measures for the city. So financial overview. We utilize sole source procurement for Civic Plus to expedite that modernization, and we continue to close insurance gaps through analysis, basically by really going through with a fine-tooth comb. We've been able to find savings for the city and/or find items that weren't appropriately insured. So handling that, and then also laid the groundwork for fiscal sustainability through the assessment district voter surveys and polling analysis. So with that concludes the overall summary for General Government Department. Happy to answer any questions about anything from the report before passing it on to our next department.
Yeah. I saw in general government and then some of the other reports too, it's mentioned that there are some challenges with staff capacity. That seems to be something that goes across other departments too. Can you talk a little bit, just maybe especially for the public to understand what that ends up, what impacts that ends up having on things like priorities and some ongoing projects?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Vice Mayor Solorzano. So one of the things is we're very lean, and because when you're a smaller city, you tend to have individuals that wear multiple hats. You know, animal control and code compliance are the same individual. So if that one person happens to be sick, both divisions are out. And so we have one person that handles emergency management and communications for the city. And so anytime we have vacancies or life things that occur, it puts a lot of those things on hold, whereas a larger city might have the second or third person to carry that work on. And so, you know, there's various reasons throughout each of the departments, but that's one of the primary reasons.
I think it's important for people to just be aware of that, being such a small staff, that you guys are doing a lot of work at the same time across the board. And so just want to kind of acknowledge that. And then you mentioned that with general government that some of the outreach improvements had unintended capacity impacts. What were some of those impacts, or where were some of those impacts?
Vice Mayor Solorzano, as you know, somewhat alluded to earlier, when you take a program that before, or actually, you know, and it would be really great to let Nick Bobroff get to this as he starts talking about some of his development projects. Many of these items, the public wouldn't be involved until maybe the first ARB meeting. And we've had so many, you know, controversial projects that even when you don't have a completed application, there's lots of involvement. There's frequently asked question pages. There's several emails that have to go back, and oftentimes coordination with the city attorney's office. And so, again, things that might have taken, you know, I don't know, 20 hours are now taking 80 to 90 hours for similar projects. And so in addition, you add to that all of the social media, our commitment to making sure things are translated, English and Spanish, and all of those things. Again, I think they're great in that they make the overall product so much better. But when you have a small team, it just means that just the amount of work that you're able to take on is less, and it's just that much more important that we're prioritizing the work that we do.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
And good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm happy to report on some of the great work the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services team has accomplished during this first reporting period. During this period, the library's 3-year strategic and operating plan was adopted by the Library Board of Trustees, and the library team has already begun working on several goals outlined in the document. There were approximately 4,900 participants in library programming during this reporting period. The community garden has been working hard to grow partnerships with local schools and organizations. And one example of a new partnership is with the Santa Barbara City College, which hosted its Master Gardeners course at the garden. The Sunday Swim Lessons pilot program met its cost recovery goal with 135 of 162 available lesson spaces filled, which resulted in an 83.33% fill rate. And AgeWell continues to expand partnerships and collaborations. One example is the partnership with the Carpinteria Children's Project, where the Abuelos Meetup Group has grown from a monthly meeting to weekly gatherings. AgeWell's also partnered with the Legal Aid Foundation to provide a presentation on accessible legal education during one of those Abuelos meetups. Considering that community is literally in the name of our department, it's no surprise that the team has actively participated in and led a number of community engagement initiatives. The entire department participated in National Night Out in August. AgeWell Program Coordinator Jenna Jenkins was a guest speaker at the annual HopeNet Candlelight Vigil. AgeWell and the aquatics team participated in the CCP Health Fair. The community garden co-hosted the annual Pumpkin Smash in collaborations with Public Works. The library hosted the Mexican consulate, conducted multiple school visits throughout the year, and participated in the Carpinteria High School winter concert. Additionally, our program manager, Tori Cutbirth, presented to Noon Rotary on some of the exciting programs her team is bringing forward. Looking ahead, the team will continue working on developing a fundraising plan for the community pool renovation project, along with a youth aquatic scholarship program and accompanying policy. We hope to bring a draft fundraising, sponsorship, and donation policy to your council in the coming months as well. The team is also finalizing Spanish translations of community garden and AgeWell applications and forms, creating bilingual signage for the garden, and continuing progress on the library strategic and operating plan. For the financial overview, we have nothing to report outside of what was budgeted for and planned during this time. This does include the purchase of new furniture and fixtures for the Veterans Memorial Hall meeting room and reception room, and the community pool has already purchased most, if not all, of the necessary supplies and equipment for the upcoming busy spring and summer season. And this concludes the update for my department. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions?
Sure, just one quick question. So it sounds like there's a lot of participation growth amongst the Parks and Rec programs. Just even anecdotally, can you share your impression of maybe what types of groups are participating more, whether it's younger people or older folks or different demographics?
Yes, through the Mayor, Vice Mayor Solorzano, that's a great question. Unfortunately, my answer would have to just be anecdotally based on observations and telling from my staff. I think Eric and the library team has done just a fantastic job of really expanding and growing our Spanish-speaking programs and offerings. Same with Jenna and the AgeWell group, expanding the Abuelos group. Just the need for it to go from a monthly meeting to weekly just, I think, speaks volumes about more participation and engaged participants. AgeWell, I think, since I've started here, since the program began before my time, has had great participation, and that is, of course, exclusively older adults, 55 and over. And I think they're doing a great job of maintaining, if not growing, those programs.
Thank you. I know those are some of our priority areas for communities that we wanted to engage more, so it's really great to hear that that's happening with your programming.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and the public. My name is Lisette Maldonado, and I will be providing the strategic plan update for Administrative Services Department. Some of our department highlights. During the reporting period, the department focused on strengthening staff capacity, improving internal processes, and preparing for future technology needs. A targeted investment was made in professional development across core operational areas, utilizing a combination of in-person and virtual training formats, and leveraging partial and full scholarship to maximize value. In July 2025, a formal procurement procedures and a city credit card policy were implemented to strengthen internal controls, improve consistency, and enhance accountability. Beginning in November 2025, efforts were initiated to streamline the business license compliance process through improved coordination and the development of a fiscal year compliance timeline. Additionally, a standardized citation and collection system was launched in October 2025 to improve tracking, documentation, and revenue recovery. The department also advanced preliminary planning for the Microsoft Office 365 migration, positioning the project to begin in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. For community engagement, the department supported community engagement efforts by contributing to the development of the budget in brief, in providing clear and accessible information on the city's budget, priorities, and the use of public funds. Staff also assisted with the state of the city, helping communicate key financial information and departmental initiatives to the community and residents. Over the upcoming period, the department will focus on advancing several key priorities. Work will begin on drafting a comprehensive grant management policy in preparation for council adoption by the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. The department will also finalize and implement streamlined business license compliance procedures in coordination with HDL and code enforcement. Planning for the Office 365 migration will be completed. The citywide migration initiated by the fourth quarter of the fiscal year, including staff training and system transition. Ongoing priorities will include continued staff training and knowledge sharing to strengthen technical capacity, as well as the development and implementation of a capital asset policy to improve inventory tracking, accountability, and financial reporting. Overall, there are no major expenditures to report, and spending remains within normal operating levels for the department. All expenditures are within the adopted budget, and no items exceeded budgeted appropriations. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you, Lisette.
Good evening, Mayor Alarcon, council members. I'm going to walk you through what the Community Development Department's been up to for the last 6 months. I think I'd start by just saying that somewhat unexpectedly for us, we had to devote a lot more of our staff time and resources to working on development review projects than we had anticipated. We've experienced a little bit of an influx of large, complex projects that are either proposed and are going through the preliminary steps of the planning process, or projects that were previously entitled that are now coming into fruition of either going through building plan check or starting work in the case of Chevron. And so it's really caused us to have to reallocate staff time from our long-range planning or advanced planning division, as well as a lot of my time towards current planning. And that has had some impact on our ability to make as much progress on some of our other departmental goals and objectives that we had identified to get working on here this first reporting period. Nevertheless, we have managed to make some progress on a few key objectives that are highlighted here on the screen. These include releasing the public draft of the general plan update, the long-awaited general plan update back in summer of last year, and holding a public workshop and 2 general plan update committee meetings to solicit feedback on that public draft. And since that time, we've been working to incorporate some of that feedback into a revised draft that we hope to publish here later this month or next. We've also made some great headway on process improvements, and some of this dovetails with what Lisette was just reporting through the Administrative Services Department. So as of December of last year, we were able to become fully operational with Data Ticket, which is a vendor that we're now using to help us in collecting fines and citations. And so since making that change, we've seen a marked increase in our ability to actually get repayment on those fines and citations, as well as the ability to go after folks who continue to not pay them. So that's improved our compliance efforts there significantly. And we're also making some efforts to improve the permitting and business licensing processes. Again, Lisette's touched on some of this, and some of what we've been working on in our department is to improve the clarity of the applications and making sure that we're steering people in the right way from the get-go so that we have all the information that we need to expeditiously review and process their applications. And then the big one for us is just also in December of last year, your council authorized the city to enter into an agreement with GovWell Technologies, and that'll be the vendor that we will use along with Public Works for the intake, processing, and issuance of all community development and Public Works permits once that becomes operational. So that's a huge improvement over the process we're using currently, and it will not only make those processes more transparent for the public, but it should also make it simpler, that now you can take care of all these steps from at home or from their office rather than needing to come in to apply for, pay for, pick up a permit. We also just recently in December, with assistance from your council, took an important step towards helping direct our affordable housing strategies with the formation of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. And that committee will help guide housing policy and strategies going forward here over the rest of this budget cycle and into the future ones, I'm sure. In terms of community engagement, beyond the general plan workshop, we had staff attend and also participate in the Coastal Housing Conference. This is a conference that takes place with the different South Coast jurisdictions and a panel discussion on the state of affairs with regards to helping address the housing crisis here in the Santa Barbara South Coast. Our code compliance team was also engaged in a couple of different activities over this last reporting period. Perhaps most significantly, following the July 1st effectuation of the multifamily smoking ordinance, our code compliance supervisor, David Hernandez, has been out to several of the larger multifamily complexes at their invitation to help do an audit of sorts and help them make sure that they're in compliance with these regulations in terms of posted signage and those sorts of things. And at least on the case of one site visit, our code compliance staff and our planning staff have been assisting with helping to not only ensure compliance, but see if there's a way that they can still provide a compliant smokers outpost for some of their residents who do still want a place to smoke tobacco products. And then our code compliance staff also had a booth at the National Night Out event there in July. Going forward here into this next reporting period, we're looking to restart the interdepartmental advisory group meetings. That's a mouthful. We call it IDAG. It doesn't sound like much, but it's really important in terms of facilitating interagency coordination on pending projects and also active building permits. So this is a monthly coordination meeting with city staff, water district staff, sanitary district staff, and fire district staff, where we can get together. We can talk about new projects that are coming in. We can also talk about projects that are either getting ready for building permit issuance or wrapping up the permit process and construction process to make sure that all of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed and we're all working together and pulling in the same direction. Those meetings went on a hiatus during COVID and they hadn't ever come back, so I'm looking forward to getting those started. We'll also be building out the kind of behind-the-scenes workflows for the GovWell permit platform with the hope of having building permits up and running before the end of the next reporting cycle. And then I'm hoping as well to get our long-range planning staff back working on long-range planning projects and make some more headway on some of these initiatives that we've been chipping away at for quite some time. So on the general plan update, the next big step there will be to initiate the CEQA process and start in on the environmental impact report. I anticipate that'll start here in the next couple months. And then also get back to making some headway on updating our accessory dwelling unit regulations, density bonus, and some of these other housing laws that we're needing to update to reflect current state law. In terms of financial overview, I don't have any bad news to share. We were able to award a couple of contracts that were budgeted for and that have been a long time in the making. And then also, just on a positive note, I wanted to note that we're actually well ahead of budget projections in terms of revenue. And again, that reflects how busy we've been on planning cases in particular, where we're at 120% already of our annual budget projections. And then I would also just note there that the little ahead of the curve bump up on fines and citations, I think we can attribute in part to the success of Data Ticket in helping us collect those payments and fines. And that wraps up my presentation, unless you have any questions for me.
Questions?
Just one quick question. So you're talked about the fact that some of these large projects have been pulling staff time away from other smaller projects. And you mentioned what some of those, not smaller or just not as urgent projects are. What are some that that people should know about that are maybe not getting as much momentum right now as they could, where they're not all these big, complicated projects that you mentioned?
Through the mayor, vice mayor, Slarcino, I think where we're seeing the biggest impact is in the progress that we're making on some of the long-range planning initiatives, right? So we are making progress, but I'm not as far along as I had hoped to be on, for example, getting the accessory dwelling unit ordinance updated. I'd hoped to have that done in this last 6-month period and have it into Coastal Commission by now, and instead I still need to take it to Planning Commission and City Council. So in some cases I'm several months behind where I'd like to be. So it's not so much that work isn't getting done, it's just that we're not able to devote as much time to it, and because of that everything's taking longer.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you highlighting that, because I think the community is aware of a lot of these really big, complicated projects that have come on board, and it's important I think, even just to remind ourselves that the energy that goes towards dealing with those takes away some energy from other places too.
Yeah, one of the challenges with these development review projects is that they often have kind of legal timelines to them, right? So when an application comes in, we have to respond within so many days and so forth. And so that sort of pushes these projects along at a different pace or a different cadence than, say, working on an ordinance that can kind of plug along at whatever pace we choose to put it at. And so what often happens then is those long-range planning projects get put on the back burner because they don't have those same kind of, legal repercussions as these development review cases do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate all the work that you've been doing.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our report, and I'd like to say too is there was
We have Public Works.
Oh, sorry. Because he wasn't in his suit. I didn't see that. I'm just kidding. That's sorry for that joke, John.
I believe I'm pretty well represented in my Brandage sweater. Yes. Okay. Madam Mayor, council members, Public Works Department. Department highlights. One of the strategic goals, I think it was goal number 2, in enhancing our workforce in Public Works Department, we completed workforce training and development. And it's not necessarily addressing capacity, even though we are short in terms of capacity. This is more capabilities. We want to have, or I had envisioned our maintenance division staff in particular to be more capable, being a lean group they are, to have more skill sets capable of crossing over from one particular skill or particular work to another. Like, for example, parks and facilities. You'll have a maintenance worker who's capable of doing parks and facility type of work, and if needed be, can be transferred or reassigned to a streets type of work. And that was the vision of our maintenance division staff. It's not to say the administration personnel of our department is lesser, because our administrative staff as well is training in their particular skill set to be more capable. You heard at the beginning of this council meeting in the city manager report of our assistant engineer, Josefina Arechiga, earning or obtaining a resident engineer academy certificate, and that was for construction management. And that's one of the reasons why we have an assistant engineer, engineer tech, so we have more in-house capability for construction management. The particular checks I put here in front of you, we have pretty good certifications. I mean, they're very specialized certifications, like traffic control and flagger safety certification. The Center for Organizational Effectiveness and Management Academy, one of our management analysts, Stephen Downs, which, by the way, I do want to recognize him in helping prepare these presentation slides, as well as help the strategic goal templates that you have in your staff report. He has completed 2 out of the 3 modules or the academies to earn the public management certificate. It's certified public manager. Thank you, Michael. We also have certified pool operator certifications. Backflow prevention device certification. That's basically for irrigation. CPR, first aid, fire safety, and HAZWOPER recertifications. I apologize, Councilmember Nomura. HAZWOPER, I know the acronyms is, we need to spell that out. HAZWOPER, the Hazardous Waste Operations and Response Certifications. That is what is HAZWOPER. Moving on to the next goal of breaking down barriers of accessibility. Our GoGov multi-language translation. So our GoGov platform is our service request platform that the community, general public could access either through our city website or the city's mobile application that you could download on your favorite mobile device, Apple app and Google Play Store. And this GoGov multi-language translation if English is a second language to you, you'll have the capability capability of selecting particular language. And how we've done that, we embedded the Google translation engine to the service request or the GoGov. So if English is a second language, you can select your preferred language to submit a service request. So we are breaking down that barrier of not necessarily physical accessibility, but language accessibility. So it's diverse. It's more of a diversified, equitable way of submitting a service request. Solid waste education. We've partnered with Explore Ecology, delivering waste reduction and composting education to over 300 students this past summer and through the school year program. We've executed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Palmatares Network to lead the city in training schedule and community outreach planned for October 2026. So all those particular highlights deals with educating folks on recycling practices. And believe it or not, there's some people still put recycled into the trash and vice versa. So this is more reinforcing the education on solid waste. Community engagement. I believe that's what Public Works is about. Community engagement, I like to say. Community engagement, major events. You heard about certain events from my colleagues about especially our recreation part of the community engagement in partnership with our Parks, Recreation, Community Services Department. Pumpkin Smash is an annual event that was successful. Creek Week, that's always been a success. Those are people who are contribute. I don't know exactly what year, but I believe it's last year, of the valuable volunteers that help clean up the creek. One of the community engagements that's not necessarily shown here is in our capital projects. In our capital projects, we make it a point to reach out to members of the public, especially if it affects their street, like a pavement project. And I'll talk about a little bit about capital improvement projects in one of the slides here, but I like to recognize also our staff for putting out mailers and reaching out to community members about our capital projects, like, for example, the Duneland Shoreline Management Plan that has been morphed into the Carpinteria Living Shoreline Project. That has been a continuing engagement, and it's still still is. Linden Avenue Improvements Project, and I'll get to the upcoming department priorities on capital improvements. We notify people, especially those who are affected by that project. So our projects just don't come all of a sudden and just snatches or surprises the people. We actually go out and put out mailers, and in our contract documents in construction projects, we require the contractor to distribute public notices for construction. Speaking of capital improvements, I'll just go out of order. Our priority is to complete that Linden Avenue Improvements Project, as well as the Carpinteria High School Crosswalk Safety Improvements Project. Implement the construction phase of the Frank Creek Trail Improvement Project. Complete the community engagement strategy for the Carpinteria Living Shoreline Project. Complete the design phase of the 2023 Pavement Maintenance Rehabilitation Project. I'm going to digress a little bit from this because I do get certain, our department, our city, does get a lot of service requests, a lot of complaints about pavement, about sidewalk, about street trees. This particular project is in this design phase. And like our city manager has mentioned, there's going to be an upcoming CIP study session. This is where I'll be asking for or recommending for certain amount of funding for pavement projects, because it's not all good news. We are having an issue with pavement. And you could always see me to see all these service requests that come to me through GoGov, service requests, my street, it needs to be paved, a la Sterling Avenue, a la Arbol Verde Street. I'm just naming those streets because those are the streets that pop in my head. Sidewalks, street trees. We don't have money for that. And I am digressing, but I wanted to show that not everything is good news right now that for the Public Works Department receiving those type of good news. And I try to write these particular responses to these service requests. I really do. About pavement. We don't, and people are getting impatient with that. So we'll talk about it more in our CIP study session. So going back, we're trying to continue monitoring and pursuing the grant funding opportunities. We are still, we found some, but not a lot for pavement because every city needs pavement money. Though not mentioned here, we are looking at our cities that are our neighboring cities to perhaps, there's a concept of a pavement coalition with the neighboring city of Santa Barbara and Goleta, and I believe there's other cities as well, but I know those two. We are looking into that concept of a pavement coalition. And that's a topic at another time, and more than likely it might be a CIP study session topic. Moving up here on administration, continue to develop and implement standardized feedback and evaluation framework for community events to assess outcomes, capture public input, and inform continuous improvement of future program. What does that mean? We're trying to create kind of like a survey of I don't know what that framework is, but that is a priority. We're trying, we have it in the GoGov. It's like, okay, here's survey and what particular feedback we get from them, but we want to have more of a standardized feedback platform other than the GoGov system. Sustainable environment, as I mentioned, priority is to execute an MOU with the Community Hazardous Waste Collection Center. So that is administered by the County of Santa Barbara. We're not part of that. So folks here in the community just goes to our ABOP, and then there's only so much we could take in, and then of course there's the annual household hazardous waste. But once we are enrolled in the community hazardous waste collection, we have to pay into that, by the way. Our residents, if they miss ABOP, if they miss the annual household hazardous waste day on April, they could go there at any time with a lot more materials to bring as opposed to our ABOP center, which is very limited. Launch promotorial solid waste education community outreach. So those are our priorities. Financial overview, no significant department deviations or concerns to report. Overall, our budget is within the adopted budget. There are line items that we do budget allocation for, but that's only within the fund. We don't take it from Peter to pay Paul. We don't take general fund to pay for Measure X and whatever. It's basically within that fund. So when we do those budget allocations, it's only within those funds. And that's policed by Administrative Service Department. I can't just take money from here and there. So just to let you know, that's what we do as common practice, financial practice. And Public Works Department, we make use of on-call services, contract services to staff augment our capacity. And we'll continue to do that for efficiency reasons. But for the most part, we're trying to do things in-house as well. That concludes my presentation. Pending questions.
Questions from council?
Just one really quick question. It's the rollout of the multi-language translation on GoGov. That seems like a really big step to have that. Is there something that the city or Public Works is doing to advertise that more to the Spanish-speaking community, since it sounds like that's going to make it easier, much easier for them to potentially submit service requests?
Yes, Vice Mayor Solorzano. That will, I'm going to work with Julissa Briones and Leah Boyd on putting out that particular small little feature. Yes, it's something small, but it does make a difference. And I haven't put it out as far as a public engagement piece of what we're supposed to be doing.
Thank you. I think that's a great step.
Any other questions? No questions. Thank you for your report.
So Mayor, that concludes our department reports. As mentioned, I'll come back to your council and let you know as soon as every single item is up and we can go through some of the search functions. You know, one of the things that I will mention is as I was seeing items up there in various departments, I could see that I know that multiple departments were involved in those. You might have just saw the Microsoft transition under administrative services, but multiple departments are involved in that. And I think just for, not wanting to duplicate, wasn't included in every one, but really proud of the fact that, we don't have silos here. We all work together as a team. Probably helps that all of our offices are made of glass and you can see into them, but we all work together very well. I'm really just proud of everyone. I look forward to coming back to you soon.
I will go ahead and open up public comment, and I have 2 speaker slips. Susan Mayhew, followed by Kate Stewart.
Thank you, City Council members, Mayor, and City Manager. Can you hear me? I always have this address. Is this good enough? Thank you. Okay, so I'm here to comment on item 13. Now, you're here to receive reports for the fiscal year 2025-2026. I request that you add an urgent priority. Please update the Carpinteria Municipal Code to help the harbor seals. Their numbers are greatly declining. Every year, throughout summer and fall, when the Harbor Seal Sanctuary is not closed, people come through the seal rookery violating the Federal Marine Mammal Protection Act. I am with the former Harbor Seal Advisory Committee and now with SOS Committee with CVA. We have told you that disturbances caused by violators of the Marine Mammal Protection Act is a major factor in the harbor seal decline. A solution identified by the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee is to incorporate the protections of the Marine Mammal Protection Act into the Carpinteria Municipal Code to allow the city enforcement of these protections. Reducing disturbances during the non-closed period is one action that the city could take to have a measurable effect on the declining seal population. Please incorporate the protections of the Marine Mammal Protection Act into municipal code. Tell those who selfishly choose to violate this law that Carpinteria cares about its seals. It would greatly benefit our struggling population if it's not too late. We stand to lose what many people consider to be the crown jewel of Carpinteria, and I'm speaking for many people that would not ever come here tonight. So please consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Kate Stewart, followed by Valerie Benz.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, can you hear me okay? Okay, I am addressing you on the same topic to ask you to consider and act upon putting the Marine Mammal Protection Act language into Carpinteria Municipal Code. To give you my perspective, I have worked 1 year as a Seal Watch volunteer. I'm in my 2nd year, and I spent the summer and fall with Save Our Seals. I've often worked low tide watch, where I interact with people who would like to go on into the seal sanctuary. During the summer, I ask them if they are aware of the seal sanctuary and offer them the opportunity to not disturb the seals that particular day that we're speaking. Many people think it might be a difficulty to have to go up to the Coastal Vista Trail and around the area. I can tell you the story quickly of one man, I'll call him the cameraman. He walks every day. And during the summer and fall, he told me, the city's not serious. So I'm going through. And I could see him with my binoculars from the west, go under the bridge, go right to the water where the seals would be. That's like in their bed. So they can't even come out of the water because he's there. Many people are like this. But just recently I saw him walking briskly just like he did on the beach, on the Coastal Vista Trail, and right down on the ramp on the east side. Easy as peasy. He was not inconvenienced at all because it's not allowed then. So I want to let you know that I think a lot of people would be more amenable to going around if there was code, Carpinteria Municipal Code, that said we care. That's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Wondolowski, followed by Elias Sprague.
I'm Mike Wondolowski, speaking for Carpinteria Valley Association. Same topic as the previous couple speakers. We asked the direct staff to add one additional project to their overflowing to-do list to incorporate the MMPA protections into the municipal code. And again, just the framework here, during the seasonal beach closure, when there's a disturbance, the city has enforcement authority because the municipal code says you can't be on the beach causing a disturbance or doing anything else. In the summer, when there is a disturbance, the city has zero enforcement capability because even though the Marine Mammal Protection Act, MMPA, is being violated, that's not the city's authority to enforce. So the city is powerless, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife has no local presence to enforce that. So adding those protections would be a big benefit and would give the city the enforcement it needs to educate the public and publicize these issues. We refer you to the 3-page document that we submitted last week that had more detail on the specific request, and also to our recently published report by CVA Save Our Seals Committee that has a summary of the challenges facing the colony, extensive academic research summary on the effects of disturbances, and detailed data, seal counts, and sample videos of disturbances during the summer and fall, showing how egregious the behavior of some people is, that even if they intentionally go up and disturb the seals and get them all to flush into the ocean, there's nothing the city can do about it presently. And that's really not an acceptable situation. And the solution is relatively simple and pretty cheap. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Elias or Elias? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Elias Sprague, and today I'm asking for the council's support to add the Carpinteria Shore Saver project to the city's strategic plan. What is Shore Saver? A beach cleanup station program that makes beach cleanups more of an everyday thing that all people can participate in. Why does Carpinteria need Shore Saver? Have you ever thought that normal beach cleanups don't get enough trash off the beach? Well, so do I. Most of the time, beach cleanups are pretty simple. You bring a group to the beach, you pick up as much trash as you can that day. But this is a flawed system on its own because trash comes onto the beach every day with the tides. And this is why we need to set up a Shore Saver program right here in Carpinteria. It will get more trash off the beach through daily cleanup, improve trash management on our beaches, and engage more people in the environmental stewardship of our beaches. This especially resonates with me because as a young person with a busy life, it was hard for me to get involved in helping the environment in my world, but this would be an easy and effective way for all people to help out. Who started Shore Saver and who's working on it? The Coastal Collaborative was founded by brothers Aiden and Alex Kravitz in 2023 on Long Island in New York State. They now have over 100 cleanup stations. The first beach cleanup station on West Coast was created in Del Mar, California by Jen Grove in 2023. Here at Carpinteria, we've put together a team that includes myself, Carpinteria Beautiful, and the wonderful employees in Parks and Recreation Department of Carpinteria. We are getting guidance from both Coastal Collaboratives and Del Mar Shore Saver programs. They have offered to design our sign for free, as well as give us our first docking station for free. We've also begun lining up donors. When can we get our first beach cleanup station? We are hoping to get the first station up over spring break. Where? We want to place the first beach cleanup station at the end of 11th Avenue. I have one more thing to add. This is not necessarily in the topic range that I'm talking about now, but it relates to a lot of things there. I'd like to say that though I care deeply about the Shore Saver program, there's some times when it seems insignificant compared all to the big topics, sad topics going on in the world, especially even in Carpinteria. But I've realized that these small topics are even more important during that time because they're what allow us to get hope and realize that we can figure out these problems. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Great job. I do not, oh, yes. Another speaker in the audience? Would you like to?
Called my name earlier and should I go on?
Yes, come on up. Who came up?
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council and others. I'm with the Save Our Seals Committee of the Carpinteria Valley Association. My name is Valerie Bentz. I've lived in Carpinteria for some time. And for some time I've been concerned about the decline in the numbers of our precious harbor seal colony and the lack of understanding that people have that these wonderful creatures need to rest out of the water every day to sustain themselves. And I see the numbers plummeting. For the city had 2 year-long advisory committees, and Matt Roberts, who was the prior head of the Parks and Recreation Department made a recommendation 2 years ago from the first committee asking that the city develop a law parallel to the Marine Animal Protection Act. We're coming to you now 2 years later and asking you to make this simple measure that won't cost anything and even very much staff time, because we realize how much the staff has to do. But to put this law in place would give us a vehicle to save the lives of many of our darling seals. The numbers have gone down from maybe 200 that are counted a couple of years ago to just this last week an average count of 40 to 50. So we have this dramatic decline. We are one of only 2 visible seal colonies of harbor seals left all the way south from San Luis Obispo. It's a treasured resource. I wanted to point out from our paper, our CVN does such a wonderful job with the seal counts. In just 1 week, there were people visiting from 23 states to our seal colony and 11 countries in just 1 week. So we have this treasure. It goes way back. The Chumash realized that the seal colony was here way back when they were. So please do this one small measure to allow us what we can do to help our precious colony. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, would you like to make public comment? Come on up. And if you could fill out a speaker slip when you're done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Mayor Alarcon, and Vice Mayor and the council and staff and listeners all around. My name is Chris Elder. I've been up here before, and I'm here about the seal issue. I am one of approximately 27,000 visitors in year 2025 that visited the Rookery. I'm also a member of the Seal Watch group, volunteers, and also a member of and hopefully contributing to a group of educators in the Seal Watch volunteer group who are going to be greeting schools that come to the Rookery to learn about this, as we've heard, precious resource that Carpinteria has. I am so privileged and so grateful to be able to work with this volunteer group and to spend time there. I've only lived here about 7 years now, and I'm a retired teacher and a school director, and I get to participate in educating the public about these wonderful beings that we have in our city, and speak to what was mentioned, people from not just around our country, but around the world that come and delight in spending time there. It's a privilege, it's an honor, it's important. And I wanted to say that since I've become even more passionate about the seals, I'm learning more and more each year, and I am impressed at the amount of time that they really do need to spend out of the water every day. I used to think it was just for the birthing season, but learning more about, especially the molting season, which happens late summer, and for some seals, it's a process that can take 2 months. It might range from 2 to 4 months, and they need to spend more time. You probably have all heard this, but they need to spend more time on land, especially during that time, because they're losing their fur, and they can't spend that amount of time in the water anymore, in the cold water anymore. So it's a year-round process. I was kind of shocked with in the website section in the Marine Mammal Institute Rehabilitation Center in Sausalito about harbor seals. The first line they said was that the health of a harbor seal depends upon the duration and the quality of their rest. So it is super important for them. It's a year-round process, and yes, human disturbances matter. Yes, there are other threats that play into this, entanglements and probably food loss, etc. But if we could do this one measure, and the volunteers who are so extraordinary can put efforts, throughout the entire year to help educate people from, kindergarten up that come, it would be super helpful. And ecotourism. I mean, people come to Carpinteria to see these creatures. They really do. And they're adding to the economy here. Foods, lodging, et cetera. We talk to them every day. So I'm here to support this initiative that's being proposed tonight, and I thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, and I'll fill out that slip.
Anyone else in the audience? Seeing none, I will look to Brian and see if we have anyone via Zoom.
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay. So I will go ahead and officially close public comment and bring it back to the council for any questions, comments, and or motion.
I mean, I would be interested to ask staff to look into what this would look like to change our municipal code. I think we need to have staff look into it and make sure we're not doing anything untoward. But I think that this seems like a good thing that we should do.
And so, like, as a follow-up to that, so I think that the request that they're making is for it to be put on a departmental, just basically like the priority list. Is that right? I just want to confirm with city staff. That's what the request sounds like it is from the public commenters.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Solorzano, that was my understanding, was to have it added to the staff priority list.
Okay.
At least heard that from some.
Yes. So I would support that, and I would also support having the Shore Saver project added. It sounds like that's something that's somewhat in the works already, or at least there's been conversations with city staff about that. So I think I could support both of those being added.
I'm happy to support both of that as well, both of those items. Is there any objection from other council members?
No objections. Just curious. This probably would have been easier if it was handled during the regular public comment time. This one here is supposed to be on budget items, so I'm just not trying to figure out how the budget portion of this is going to fit.
I think they're on departmental reports, which include the priorities for each department. I think that's the reasoning behind requesting that these be included in the department priority lists.
Good.
So I think my question for staff would be, if the request is to put these items on the priority list, I look at the directors to see, because you'll still have to go back and weigh what existing priorities you have, and then you'd still have to put it on the docket in terms of a reasonable time. So I just want to make sure that that's what that, not timeline, but that process would look like, I guess.
Yeah, Mayor, so we have a couple different ways to approach this. So we do have an on deck list, we call it, or I think that it's a sports analogy that misses some folks, but just like our second list of items that staff gets to when time allows. And so I guess it would be a question of whether we'd like to consider bumping an existing priority or adding it to our backup list, which is we add it to the list, and it's just as soon as staff has time. And then it could be looked at as we look at our next strategic plan on wanting to prioritize it at that time, or we would need some direction from the council on reprioritization of existing ones, or again, we add it to our list of as soon as we can get to it. I know one of the issues, and I'm looking, so, Nick, overseeing code compliance, one of the issues that we've had is just somewhat compounding. I know that there's efforts from those in the community are trying to raise money for an additional staff person, is that we found that already the code compliance team is very, very spread thin. And so I know, not that this has fully, what they want is it just to be added to the Muni Code, but I know one of the issues that was brought up is even then staff's ability to go out and actually enforce it. And so that's a whole other issue that would need to be addressed via some sort of a budget priority in the future for additional staffing. Again, that's not necessarily what they're talking about. They just want to add it to the Muni Code, but it's just one other issue to consider.
Can I just have one quick follow-up to that?
course.
I think that given that these are requests that are coming in right now and that we have established priorities already within departments, I would support them maybe being on the on-deck list. I think that makes sense, and that way that they can get attention when the opportunity arises, but aren't displacing what we already had set up or what that department heads also have identified as ongoing priorities. That would just be my comment, but.
Thank you. I'm not sure what's actually in the Marine Mammal Protection Act in this regard, but a lot of speakers spoke about the issue of closing the beach, which as we discussed a year ago, and at that time, Coastal Commission approval would be needed to ratify that ordinance, and it seemed like there was some significant budget associated with that staff brought forward. So I would like to know what that is before we go further.
Councilmember Clark, that is one of the items, because I know there's distance requirements about how far you have to stay, and then there'd be a question of whether there's enough distance to do that without closing the beach. And if it did require closure, the beach would take us back to a conversation that we had several months ago, and staff's happy to look into that portion of it.
That'd be great.
So it sounds as though instead of putting on the list of priorities right now, we're going to want to hear back from Jeanette, an update on where that landed and what that would take in terms of moving it forward.
Yeah, yes, Mayor, and just to put you on the, we will also ask Jenna as well for the legal things related to the MPPA, and then look at how it could potentially practically be implemented here without it maybe causing some of the things that Al at our Councilmember Clark, had mentioned earlier from previous conversations. So we can do some of that just initial research and bring that back to your council.
Okay, so it sounds like that's, well, if there's consensus that that's the direction.
Can I ask a question just to make sure I understand? So, because I think that it is involved in this budget strategic plan priority that they're having this conversation. However, I do think like it would be helpful, and I feel like a year ago this was part of the conversation we had, was could staff come back and explain to us what adding the MMPA language to our municipal code would do? Does that actually trigger a de facto beach closure? Does that mean Coastal Commission has to be involved? I think like the more information, the better for the community who are trying to fundraise for this project. If it's not a big project, but at least just an informational update that we can provide back, sort of takes it off of like a simmer, and it allows more of an understanding of what we can do. I think that's maybe what I'm asking for. Does that make sense?
I was just going to ask you to maybe restate
Sure, let's
the
do that.
bulleted restatement of what we could provide.
Okay. I think what I would like to ask staff, with permission with the consensus, is if staff could maybe look into what it would look like, what the MMPA language says, and what it would look like if we added it to our CMC, and what would that impact be? I think just like a fact, just a information for us to understand, because I think we all have this, we all feel that we want to do what we can, but we need to know what we're doing, I think. Does that make sense? Am I making that statement clear?
Yes, Councilmember Mayor, so to just, verify the MMPA, and if we added it to the CMC, what that impact would be for our beach specifically.
Yeah, I mean,
And
because
we
I
may
do think we
some
have
of
to
that.
know if there's, like, if we say this is year-round, is that a de facto beach closure? Does that mean Coastal Commission gets involved? I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I'm just guessing.
Well, I think a related question I would have, though, as well is, so when we say bring it back, though, what does that mean? Because one thing, if we end up making it a
see where
priority
you're
for
at.
staff to
Fully.
bring it back, then it skips the priority list
Yeah, I
and then
got you.
becomes at the top, which is, it sounds like that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to displace current priorities, but we're trying to add these so that they can be a consideration when the time is right for that. Because that would be my only
no, I got
concern
you.
with asking staff to bring stuff back, because then that makes it a priority.
Could I make a suggestion? Because it sounds like we're going back and forth on this one. My suggestion would be is that we take a look at the last action that we had last year that I was talking about. There's some findings that didn't come up. This would give us a starting point. Right now, staff is overloaded. We're adding something else to them that wasn't originally on the agenda. I understand from the Seal Watch people, Mike Wondolowski is great at this. He knows all the information based on what happened prior to. If we could all come together, come to a consensus and take a look at specifically what this is in a hearing specifically to where we could see, in fact, if we could move this forward, what the cost factor would be, what was found from the last report that would have changed to where we could then reverse our decision that we made last time. I think that would help us quite a bit. There's a lot of variables in this one. The changes are there. I know justification is there, but I remember one of the roadblocks we had to deal with was Coastal Commission, very specific, and they had to do with city, our municipal zone area, basically, of the beach is a high tide line. What happens in a low tide? How do we control that? Because now we're on state property. It's a state mandate or state overseen area. So that's what I'm thinking. If we can bring that document back, just do a restudy with ourselves through staff to take a look at those reports and have maybe justification or changes, what occurred that would change that decision. That would help us in the long process. I would probably need staff, Jenna specifically, to guide us through this one because it's walking on a tight line between that and the Brown Act.
Councilmember Namor, depending on what the council would like, we could do it in a couple different steps. We could bring back some initial information based on information we already have, hopefully, again, as time permits, without creating too much more work, because as you mentioned, some of these conversations have occurred. Remind ourselves of that. Bring that back to your council as part of the city manager's report before fully agendizing it, and then based on your council's direction from there, perhaps take it the next step if you all would like to do so.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, that sounds like what we're thinking.
Thank you.
I'm glad we were able to talk through that. Okay. So any other, well, I'll just say before we receive a motion, I just want to thank the staff for putting together this update. We've gone through a handful of iterations of what our strategic updates look like, and I think we've, at least from my perspective, I feel like we've really landed on something that really resonates to the public, something that's easy to read and really easy for us to understand. So I know I'm really looking forward to that second part of being able to look at the dashboard and really be able to see the progress that we've made. And then similar to what Councilmember Nomura just said, is, you know, staff are really overloaded right now. I don't want that to take away from the great work that you guys are doing, and I appreciate your time and your energy with all the, especially the community development department and everything that you all are working on right now. So I just want to thank you all for your hard work and dedication to the community and the city of Carpinteria. So thank you. And then of course I'll leave it open to any other comments from council and then a motion.
I would just like to add very specifically the work on the transparency with the budget was so helpful this year in community conversations. And I think, I mean, it just, I know that it's a lot of work to make community outreach and transparency a priority, but it really matters to the community. And so, thank you.
Okay, I move to receive and file the period 1 department reports for the fiscal year 2025-26 budget.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. We will now move on to legislative update.
No updates this evening, thank you.
Great. Committees, reports, inquiries, and other matters presented by council members.
MTD board met earlier this week, and they confirmed that the Wave microtransit service will be coming to Carpinteria this calendar year, most likely around the summer months, because the Goleta pilot is, that's when the Goleta pilot's going to wrap up. So summer should be around the time that we'll start seeing the Wave. MTD staff will be making presentations to council as well as and other groups around town, like Agewell, and at the library, to make sure that everyone understands all the ins and outs of how to use it. But I think that's very exciting. The MTD board also received an update on, updated their contract with EasyLift, and I had asked them if the EasyLift representative could provide some statistics about how the service operates here in Carp. I thought that might be interesting for the council to know. So once I get that information, I can share that. And then the Public Engagement Committee is going to be meeting tomorrow, and we're going to be discussing the latest city digital outreach report, along with the Human Trafficking Awareness Campaign discussion, and then a review of the scope of the committee. So those are my 2 reports.
I'd like to make a report from SBCAG that they have finally figured out a way to add an additional train to the train line. And it's going to be a commuter train. I'm not sure about the timing. I've got it written down somewhere. But it's a train that will, there's 2 trains. There's one that's going to go in early and one that's going to come back late. But it's not really late. But it is early, so it's really adding the early train, and not really sure how they're going to handle the come back part, but they're hope to add that soon. They're having a return trip, but it's earlier than most people want to come back. So I don't know how it's going to work, but they're still trying to work on adding. See, every time they add a train, they got to make it go back, and so they want to time it for the go back people too. So that's what we've got so far. So, but they're in the process. They want to do that, but this spring that first trip will be happening.
I have an update from Beacon, which is the Beach Erosion Authority. We received a report and an update on the Surfers Point project in Ventura, which really is absolutely incredible what they've done. It took a lot of years, but it sort of includes removing the dam at Matilaha, which is still in the process. But then they removed the seawall, put a bike lane, a pedestrian access. But what they really did was, in this last phase that they just finished, was they dug this trench that goes all the way around Surfers Point, and it filled it with, millions and millions of pounds of cobble to save the beach. And then the sand, it's like an immediately effective, and it's absolutely incredible because now Ventura has this beach where they've never had it, it's a real beacon of hope for our sand, saving our sand and our beaches. We also had a presentation on the Chumash National Marine Sanctuary, which is incredibly interesting. And there is actually going to be a community outreach meeting with the public in March, and they have yet to give us the exact date, but I will look forward to sharing it because I think our community is really interested in that. And finally, they have finalized their presentation, and I've asked them to come to us before March. I was hoping they would come before the big rains, but they are going to come before City Council and give us a presentation on exactly what they do. And I think that's important, so.
A little comment on that. They did have a beach at one time.
Well, it's.
But then they put dams in the river.
That's it.
And then we didn't have a beach.
They said that in the process of removing the Matilaha Dam, they've punctured holes in it, and there's like 10 million tons of sand behind the dam. So the dam is almost full of silt, and so they're doing these punctures, and it's already just coming down already. It's just incredible. So the things we learn not to do. So
mountains are like everybody else. They just want to go to the beach.
It's true.
Any other reports?
Yeah, real quick, again, Public Engagement Committee, yes, we are meeting this week. One request I have, this goes to the public, since it is public engagement, we love to have feedback. We are looking at new items potentially that we would like to add to the scope of our work. So if anybody's interested, again, we encourage public participation for this, since we are public engagement. We have one other meeting tomorrow, or this week also, has to do with the 3CE, Central Coast Community Energy Commission. I'm on the policy board, and we will be having a meeting this week, Thursday. So if anything new comes up of it, I'll let everybody know, but it's scheduled for this week.
Great, thank you for those updates. We will now move on to attendance of council members for future meetings.
Yes.
Looks like yes, everyone will be there. And I will officially adjourn the meeting at 9:37 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did it though. We wanted to say things.
Sometimes I overword things. I don't know.
You didn't give up. That's good.
Great meeting.
Thank you, Brad.
We had sent out something saying we had to cancel because
Oh.
she said, and she, after we sent out the note,
Yeah.
she said she does plan on being here tomorrow.
Okay.
So you can ignore the cancellation.
Okay,
that you
got it. Okay.
probably didn't get yet.
I didn't get
So
it yet.
ignore it.
Oh.
And she, so we're strong. Yeah, she's gonna miss a few other days this week, but she said that.
Who passed away?
Her,
Oh.